Okay. Please, can you open presentation? Thank you.
So, good morning, everyone, to our third day of the Digital Heritage Summit. And this morning, we are going to take a slightly different format where we have a Horizon project called Steci, the members of this project are going to not only explain what the project is about.
Sorry for interrupting. But we have here the Vice Rector for Economic Affairs. Please, will you please come here? This is the place. Just this here. We just started something there. Please, sorry for that. Here in our house.
So good morning, everyone. Thank you. So I'm very proud to be here with you, very proud for our team. We are used as a university to have people like Marinos, like Athos, who don't only show remarkably scientific excellence, ambition, and success in general, but all these are coupled actually with a really good work ethic. And as a university, we harvest all this success and we face it as a strategic priority towards the evolution to our future. EuroMed 2026 is very important synergy, and we are honored to have all of you here in our premises. I hope you will enjoy the hospitality of our colleagues. You will enjoy the nice sun and the good weather of our so beautiful Mediterranean city, Limassol, and I wish to you the best of luck in your works today. As a university, we will do our best to facilitate the efforts and the needs of this so successful and important team, and we will work together to ensure that the results of such effort now and in the future will maximize good results for Cyprus, for the university, and for the community in general. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vangelis. Thank you very, very much. And we are looking forward, for the full cooperation, full support of the university. You know, we are now a research center, but we are moving towards a center of excellence, in this domain. Without you, nothing is possible. But with you, we can fly. And thank you very, very much. And with you, I don't mean only the council, but all of you here, So therefore, thank you very, very much. Good morning. And I think the introduction has been already done. It was ongoing. Apologize for the interruption. It's Heritage Malta. Heritage Malta is a co-organizer of the event, so therefore, Tony, you are eligible to continue.
Thank you. Good. So, as I was saying, what we've been discussing so far are ideas, recommendations, points which we can include for policymakers in Europe to help us take digitization of cultural heritage to a new level in the coming years. And today what we'll be doing this morning is we're going to a practical project where we have one Horizon funded project which is ongoing. We're a bit more than halfway through the project. And this project is quite unique because it's a multidisciplinary project. It brings together many different professions, specializations together. Very soon you'll hear a bit about the project, but the idea is not to just tell you what the project is about and what work is being done, but to build where the good points learned from this project could be used to be implemented in future digitization of cultural heritage. So what we will be doing with the panel, who are all coming from the project, I myself, Heritage Malta, as one of the partners as well, so I have a dual role of kind of moderating the session, but also giving our input from the digitization point of view. And the idea is to, first of all, start with a very brief introduction of what the project is, what it's meant to deliver, what the idea is. The project is evolving as well, which is quite interesting for an EU-funded Horizon project, which is very often tied very much with the grant agreement deliverables, which sometimes, because it takes so long to first apply and then get it funded and then start the project, sometimes you need to adapt, you need to amend, you need to include or make changes to the original objectives. And this project has, in fact, taken the deliverables and the objectives of the project to another step. It included more. And this is something which we were discussing yesterday, formally and informally, that the speed with which technology is changing is much faster than the speed with which Horizon applications change. So although an idea might sound like a very innovative new idea in the beginning of the application phase, by the end of the fourth year, it might have become completely outdated, or at least not as innovative as it was before. So this needs to be definitely built in the new projects that are being suggested, because by the time they start and the time they finish, there's going to be a gap. Technology is moving too fast, and in a way, we need to respond to it also in the kind of projects and deliverables that we are giving. But I would like to start off this morning discussion by asking Professor Nusret to give us an overview of the project, and Saeed. And I mean, I wouldn't like to stay asking questions because I'm part of the team, so I would like you to join in and discuss with our audience what the project is doing and how we feel it can be taken to the next step.
Thank you, colleague Tony. Dear colleagues, dear organizer, for the start, I want to thank you for this opportunity to present our Horizon Europe project, Stone Monument, Assemblies and Climate Change Impact. And on the start, we want to give the picture about structure, general overview about structure of this project over our promotional video, first promotional video. And if you agree, we can show that. Just a minute.
Can we maybe have the light slightly dimmed?
Yes, that's it. But we don't have sound, maybe.
It's not started yet.
Sorry.
It started, but... yeah, no.
Thank you, really thank you. And before continue, I want to mention, I want to point out the difference between steci. We have same word, but I want to point out difference between steci as medieval cultural heritage and steci as acronym of our project, Stone Monuments Assembly and Climate Change Impact, and medieval cultural heritage located on Balkan Peninsula, mainly on the Bosnia-Herzegovina, and 100 of them also is located in neighborhood countries like Croatia, like Serbia and Montenegro. And it's important to understand the differences, as you can see on this slide. In continue, also, according to suggestion, our moderator, colleague Saida, also give basic information about data sets of our project, and after that we will continue about this discussion about data set storage and other question and connection related to 3D digitization. He said, but unfortunately it's not for. Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to also give a bit of context to the background of this particular Horizon projects from our point of view. Normally, Heritage Malta joins projects who are heavily based with other consortia members from the Mediterranean, Italy, Portugal, Spain, France. This was the first time, the first opportunity we had to partner with consortia members from a completely different part of Europe. And this was probably the most enriching part of the project for us, because we got to work with colleagues from countries we normally don't work with. And I must say, it might be because most of the partners are relatively new to EU funding, but I must say I was really impressed with the level of commitment and the level of professionality shown. Also, I wanted to stress that normally projects tend to group very similar specialities together, whereas this project was made up completely from different branches of science. And when we joined initially, I thought it was going to be the biggest challenge of the project. The fact that we were coming from completely almost unrelated fields, from digitization to chemistry to conservation to climate change, and it sounded all very disjointed, and I was afraid personally that it would be all siloed. But it actually worked out really well, that we complemented each other, and the end result was bigger than the sum of all the different partners together, I think, as you will be seeing from some of the outputs which have been given. But Saida will give an overview of the sites which were used as test cases, and even the sheer volume of sites as pilot projects indicates the level of commitment which was given for this project.
Thank you, Tony, for providing the context, and you were actually just telling what I was about to say. So I think, yes, the majority or a good share of projects funded by the European Union are very specialized. So we're always dealing with one specific question from one-sided view. However, this project is very interdisciplinary, as you will see, and also transdisciplinary. We are working with scientists, life scientists, with digitization, with economy, with social sciences, with conservation science. So we have really a very holistic approach when it comes to our project. And as you have seen from the video, our main goal is to evaluate the impact of climate change, to assess the threats which are coming up in our future times. We have focused on stone monuments, which are also particularly tricky, so to say, because they're exposed to different kinds of weatherings, so they have not just weatherings, basically, we are also estimating anthropogenic impacts and air pollution and so many other different factors. And we're going all the way until the year 2100. As you will see, we are basically, since this is all about digitization in these past couple of days, so I would like to connect this to the digitization itself. So what we're going to do is basically do the first basic steps. So our first basic steps were to consider the climate change. We are still developing interactive climate models and climate scenarios for the whole of Europe until the year 2100. So we have this climate data set as one of our main cornerstones of the project. Then our second part of the project is focused on the field work, on material analysis, on condition assessments of all these different limestone monuments which you have seen are spread all over Europe. So we have basically selected the sites based on the climate so that we can test on site and see what threats we are facing, and we're doing highly sophisticated analysis, also of course some field analysis like spot tests and some simple procedures, but we are also doing some very sophisticated analysis like the SEM, the XRD, the FTIR and so on. So we're going to bring together conservation science, climate science, and digitization. We're also going to connect all this together so that it makes sense in the end, so that we know we can't really just rely on like one bit of an answer. We need the whole answer. This is why our project is connecting different disciplines. And as I said, we are focused on the limestone monuments which are located outdoors. As you have seen, Nicosia are in our focus, but of course we are addressing similar limestone monuments across Europe. I will not be talking about climate data sets because this is not my expertise in any case. You can hear about this a bit more because this is also part of our project. But like I said, one part is the climate assessment, the other part is the condition assessment and monitoring. So when we're talking about digitization, we cannot just, as you have all said, because digitization is definitely not my field. I'm from chemistry, biochemistry, and over the last years, of course, conservation science. But those digital assets, they cannot be just some isolated, static, visual representatives. They need layers, and this is what we're talking about. We are providing layers because even this digitization work that we are going to perform and that has been done, it's not just like one point in time. This has to be reused, and the reuse cannot be sustainable on just one aspect. So this is why we are providing this and why we want to have these digital assets, not just ours, also beyond the project, to make use in conservation science, for example, and also to use them in monitoring, and also to decide, for example, when we really need very advanced 3D or some other digital methodologies, when to prioritize them, and also to keep track of and to develop climate resilient strategies. So we can use also these digitization tools and models to predict and keep track of what has been done and changed, and also to monitor and also to know when to step in with conservation and then preventive conservation, hopefully, rather than some real treatments. So as I said, we have done a lot of work in different sites. We have done in situ tests, we have done laboratory analysis. So these are the layers. And as I have seen and learned over the past time about digitization is that we have at one side no standards, and then we have too many standards, and then we don't know how to use those standards. But in science, it's a bit more straightforward, I would say. And I think this scientific approach could maybe help because maybe I don't understand this whole issue to the full extent. But within working as a scientist, you always have a strict protocol, you have a strict methodology, you know what to do, how to do it, and how to present it so that anyone else can do the same. I mean, it has to be replicable. So maybe also this dialogue between different disciplines is essential. When we talk about Europe and climate change and cultural heritage, the policies regarding climate change, they're missing. So most countries don't have any policies which are basically protecting our cultural heritage from the climate change. We're just talking about climate change a lot, but we don't have any guidance regarding that. So this is one side of the story. And the other side of the story is that we really need this dialogue between different disciplines. This is something that is, I think, getting ahead in a very good direction. But I, as a conservation scientist or chemist, I don't know what an expert from digitization needs. And I think this dialogue will help us find and build this pathway so that we can really find the best solutions. I think we have the best interests and the same interests. We're sharing all that, but we need to maybe learn how to communicate and build together. One of our outputs, one of our main outputs in the project will be our preservation guidelines. Those preservation guidelines are going exactly to build on upon our climate analysis, our conservation work, our economic tools, because also our policymakers, they have to have a very clear understanding of what is needed, what a loss might mean, how much this financial input means at the moment or in 10, 15 years. So we're going to have these preservation guidelines at the very end of our project, and we will be happy to share that with everyone. And yeah, I wouldn't talk about digitization much because we have Heritage Malta here, but some of our key points is, since Tony mentioned, we have 15 sites. Some sites have above hundreds of monuments. So in the very beginning, it was very hard to think about what to scan and how to do it, and then we also started another. So this was one of the first questions, and like Tony said, it's not just about the quantity; it's about the quality. Because even for this monitoring or for the preservation itself, you need a high quality output. You don't need a high quality output of every single object if it's really not significant statistically or even in some other ways. But if you want some further research, then you really, in some cases, need high quality outputs, and you don't have the money all the time to do all that. So this is about priorities. Apart from that, we're also going to develop, or it's actually under development, an educational game, because we want to reach out to the younger generations, so they have to get an idea about climate change, about cultural heritage, about their active role in the world, because they are the new generations, the new citizens, and it's going to be in their hands. So one thing that we did within digitization is this educational game, which is also going to be soon available. And then, of course, we have some other aspects in our project, like I said, community engagement. We are working very closely with our communities all around our project sites, and like just one of my favorite maybe statements from the children was, "I will safeguard Stetsi all my life." So I think this is the difference that we want to achieve and see when we work on those projects. Of course, it's always the technological part, the scientific part, and everything else, but if you touch those children, their hearts and their minds, then I think that's a huge output. So this is, in short, just a very brief overview of our project. I will not go into many details because we have much of our team available here. So if you have questions, feel free to ask, and I will also give my word to Professor
Before
Mustard
that,
again.
maybe regarding to topic of this conference, maybe Tony can give basic information about 3D digitizing and the different aspect work of Heritage Malta, which lead with work package 4.
Yeah, it was a big opportunity and challenge for Heritage Malta to be entrusted with Work Package 4, which meant that we had to digitize 15 sites in 8 different countries. I think we underestimated the amount of work which was involved, which gave us a very big lesson in the whole digitization process, the pre-planning stage. The pre-planning stage meant that you have 4 days, you have to travel to Bosnia and travel to a site, and then you have hundreds of monuments to scan, and you have 3 days, and you're 3 people. So we try to do miracles, but we're not the saint from Cyprus, so we don't manage. So we need to plan. We need to plan to do the most we can in that short period of time in the highest quality. And that brought the first question. The first question was, should we be looking at scale and scan every single stone, every single monument that there is on site, or somehow select which ones and scan them in the highest quality possible? That led to another question. How do you decide which is the most important monument to scan? And it is definitely not a topic which would be decided by digitization experts, because if I had to speak to myself about myself, I had no idea what statue monuments are. So let alone me deciding to scan this one or not that one. So this is where the interdisciplinary aspect came in, and Aidan, who helped us from the historical, from identifying the ones with also the site owners. There are stakeholders which need to be involved in the digitization process. And also we had to align all our work with the other scientists who are doing the chemical analysis, the studies on climate change. So there was a lot of coordination to try to come up with the best methodology, really. I will not go into details of how we did photogrammetry and LiDAR and all the tests, because they're standard digitization acquisition methodologies. But something which was very important, which we implemented practically from the very start of the project, was the VIGI study 2021, which is a seminal study in how Paradata is used as a certification process within your digitization. So if I go and do a scan, how do I show that this scan is accurate, that it is faithful to what I'm doing, that I know who did it, that I know under which conditions, which equipment, is it calibrated, is the operator certified to do the scanning, under which conditions. And we implemented this in all our scans. We have full Paradata reports, both in the pre-planning stage, in the acquisition stage, but even in the post-processing stage, because digitization doesn't stop with the going on site and taking the photogrammetry, but it's how you process it, what equipment you're using, what software you're using. And we also came up with the proper methodology to store the raw data so that this data can be made available for reprocessing in 5 years' time, where the software available will be much, much better than we have today, because it will keep on evolving. And this, I think, was a very important step for the project, but even for us as a national agency, where now all the digitization we do is based on the VIGI study, which is a measure of complexity and quality of the digitization that we're doing. So that was the first key point which I wanted to mention. The VIGI study is a European-funded study, which I think is an excellent starting point. It will keep evolving, it will keep growing, but at least there is something which, without being, dogmatic in the way, the rules it puts, it gives a very clear guidelines of what is considered to be a good quality, high quality, excellent quality scan. Because we speak a lot about 3D assets. We speak a lot about ingesting Europeana with millions of 3D assets. But we are at the beginning. It's like Europeana was 16 years ago, where we were starting to put up the first 2D images. And today it's true, we have 61 million images in Europeana, but what is the quality of the metadata for most of the items? Are we going to repeat the same process with 3D? We learned Europeana is a fantastic opportunity to aggregate European data, and now we're making this big step into 3D. But we are at a unique point where we can ingest 3D, which has good quality metadata and paradata. And with 3D, the complexity is much bigger than 2D. And if we're looking at including these additional layers, and hopefully in the course of this discussion, we'll find out why it is important to have these additional layers of information out of a digitization process, we are complicating our lives really, because we need a much more complex way of dealing with all this data. We're no longer looking at just 5, 6 fields of metadata and some ontology, which is enough. We're looking at getting different standards, different sciences, different practices into one big data set for every item that we do. So this exercise, this digitization exercise, was a big learning curve for us as well, because we learned to optimize the way we work, but at the same time focusing more on quality than just quantity. And I think this was crucial, because we could have easily done, we managed to do 100 scans in all. We have a bit more than 100 high-quality 3D scans, which is quite a lot. But we could have easily done 500, I'm sure. But it would have come at the cost of not having all that paradata, with having the whole process done well. And I think it was a very conscious decision of doing it this way. And it was a decision which was taken not only by Heritage Malta as the work package leader, but it was shared with all the different participants, because even from a scientific point of view, we all felt that quality was more important than quantity. And I think this is a basic rule for every kind of scientific investigation that we're doing. But at the same time, we're looking at using new tools like AI for modeling, like extrapolating computer models, so that our high-quality data will keep on increasing and being modeled much more than we actually have. But the important thing is that the source data which we're using and the structure which we're using is verified, and it is of high quality. So as a takeaway of our input in digitization, the first point I wanted to mention was this thing between quantity versus quality. Then we started with the post-processing, which was a huge job, because if you take 3 days to scan, I don't know how many monuments, then it takes us 3 weeks to render everything, compile everything. We took multiple acquisition techniques, from drone to photogrammetry to LiDAR to 360, and very often combined all of them together into one model. So this was a very lengthy process, and we wanted to make sure that the quality was really good in the end, but it gave challenges, because first of all, we're dealing about huge, big amounts of data. We're speaking to at least 2-3 gigabytes per monument. So imagine multiplied by 100. So luckily we had the infrastructure to handle it, both from processing point of view, but even from a storage point of view. Then we came to the next challenge, something which we discussed in detail a few days ago, 2 days ago, I think. How do we make this data available to the public? How can the general public who is funding our project see what we're doing? We could do a video and tell everyone about what we're doing, like the video you saw, or we could do a 3D and put it available online. And where do we host that? We did not want to go with Sketchfab and put them in an American server on an American platform. So we're looking in-house, and we started evaluating a number of viewers. Each viewer that we saw had its own good things, but also its limitations. In the end, as I said yesterday, we chose the Smithsonian Voyager, which is built on the IIIF framework, but also it was a challenge to connect it to Europeana, so that Europeana can link to the model, which is not hosted on Europeana, and link to it directly. But somehow we managed to fix it. And now maybe Bokak, you can speak a bit about the platform which we have built specifically for this project, where we wanted to bring to the public all the data, including the visualization of the models. And there we had a very good collaboration between Heritage Malta and our Serbian partners to build this platform. And Bokak, you can speak a bit.
Yes, thank you, Tony. The biggest challenge here was to actually find something that is kind of a monolith which everybody else also uses in this type of project. But there is nothing like that. As we already mentioned, the 3D viewers that are currently available are either old or they are just not maintained. But the Smithsonian Voyager is it's from the Smithsonian Institution, which is in Washington, D.C., and it is an open source software, so That's where the main benefit of that is. It's open source, so it can be modified, it can be upgraded, you have full control, so that is the main benefit. But the question still remains is, what type of 3D viewer do we need in the future? Because this is kind of like a temporary solution. It's kind of a good solution because it is funded by a government, so it's not a private entity like Sketchfab. We initially thought we would use Sketchfab because Sketchfab was kind of commercial. It gave very high visibility, it had a lot of features, it had everything you need and more, but at the cost of private entity. And private entity means that you can't really rely on them to preserve your 3D models long term, and also they are now using the models to train AI and to sell data to other AI companies. AI companies are vultures for data, so they will buy data and they will buy your models from other private entities for a very high price. So I guess the current I guess trend or solution is to have these open source projects, but the long-term solution is actually to have something that is funded by European Union and funded long-term. So just as the storage space also that we all mentioned 2 days earlier. So we need like a monolith storage space that is EU funded, and the closest thing to that is Zenodo. So Zenodo is in CERN. It promises like 20 to 30 years of long-term storage. It has some regulations, but it's as neutral as you can get, I guess, in today's world. And with Zenodo, you can actually have your documentation, so your I don't know, PDFs and stuff like that, but you can also have actually zip files with big data, and you can ask admins to give you more space so you can put more data in. So we kind of talked yesterday and the day before that about storage challenges, and I think we should put all our eggs in Zenodo right now because there is no other alternative. The corporations are really like OneDrive and Microsoft and Google. It's all kind of okay in the workspace, but for these like outputs, Heritage Malta, they work 4 years in 15 sites in 8 countries. So to have all this big data put on something that is not reliable long term, it's kind of irresponsible. So our solution was to put raw data on hard disks because each country has jurisdiction on their models, and for example, if you scan something in Austria, you have to give the institution those scans because they are the long-term holders of rights of those cultural monuments and the outputs that from the scans. So it's kind of complicated because on the one hand you want a monolith platform, but on the other hand you want each institution to hold the raw data from the outputs of the scans. So we kind of took a multi-approach here. We put something on Zenodo, we put object files, so the big files on our faculty server, and we put something with restrictions on Zenodo, so, and the documentation on Zenodo. So we try to do it in a most streamlined way possible. So yeah.
If I may, when we speak about storage, we are not speaking only about the output, which is the 3D image, the 3D model which is not huge. It's meant to be not big because it needs to run off the internet. The real challenge is the raw data, which is huge. And Heritage Malta, which was responsible for doing all this acquisition in all these sites, in the end of the project has close to half a petabyte of data, which is very expensive to hold. And this is something which was kind of raised in the previous 2 days about the continuity of projects. There is obviously the challenge that you need to give copies, where we used it to our advantage and said, listen, we have to give you, because you are the site owner, now it's your responsibility to have a copy of the raw data. Doesn't mean that the site owner knows how to store it, knows how to take care of it, knows how to ensure that it remains usable in the long term. So that's shifting a bit the responsibility, because we cannot afford to dedicate all that space in our national data server for a project which is no longer funded, for data which isn't even belonging to Malta. So somehow we needed to spread it out. And the same is the same situation for any organization. So the need to have a backup system, a central European storage space where this data can be aggregated is important, because a lot of money is spent into these EU projects, but in most cases, I have to say that what happens once the project is over? You need to ensure that there is continuity, and there needs to be a very holistic approach to all of this. So yes, this is a big challenge which we will need to face once the project is completed. We're trying to mitigate it. At least the 3D object will always be kind of there, it's available, but the real value is not the 3D object that there is today, but it's the 3D object that can be regenerated in 5–10 years' time. And we've seen this from the STETSI project, because all the sites we did used photogrammetry. So we had thousands and thousands of photos of every monument sitting there, raw data, which we saved even after we generated the 3D model. In the course of the project, Gaussian splatting came in, and it became the big thing, and everyone's experimenting with it. What do? We go again to all these sites and redo the whole acquisition process to be able to use it for Gaussian splat? No. We took the original raw data, reprocessed it, and now we can use it as a Gaussian splat output for different ways, mainly for visualization, gamification, and all those things. So the need to store the raw data in a proper way, in a methodology which guarantees that it can be reused in 10 years' time, 20 years' time, is crucial. And this is a long-term strategy which needs to be taken on a European level. But we've been talking a lot about the digital and the technical aspect to a certain extent. And I would like to invite the historian, the archaeologist, who knows about the site, who was crucial to really help me understand what these stones in front of me were. And the more I started learning about them, and when we started meeting even communities who are so proud of this heritage and what it means and the history about it, it was very clear that digitizing just the surface and the geometry of these monuments wasn't enough. I mean, when I see it without the context, without the knowledge layers, it's another stone. But when I read and learn about the story behind it, and we've seen some fantastic stories, including the one about the banknote and the one where they found the cloak hidden under the tomb, you start realizing how rich this monument is. And you'll start looking at it from a completely different point. But I would like you to explain a bit what these different layers, especially the narrative, is about.
Thank you, Tony. Yes, as I'm not an expert in digitization, I am an archaeologist, and as I've seen in these previous days, that the main issue is storage and context and metadata and paradata. We in archaeology also face the same problems. You know, when you excavate, you have 1,000 pottery sherds, and you have to place them somewhere. in the same way, you or we have to place these data, these photos, these scans somewhere, and that's becoming a very big issue. And another great issue, are we going to be able to use those data in 100 years? That's maybe the issue that should be tackled very soon, or the work we are doing when we finish our project, that could be only in a way in a bit broader future time. But yes, if we look staged are unique medieval tombstones that can be found primarily in Bosnia and Herzegovina as well, and as in some parts of Serbia, Montenegro, and Croatia. And they were mainly placed on the graves from the 12th to the 16th century. And when we look at the monument itself, we can say that each of them has 3 dimensions. First dimension is the monument itself. We all see them, we are aware of their presence. Second dimension is that some people probably don't know, and that may be the reason why some of them are being destroyed, that there is one or more graves, human remains beneath them, as any other tombstone. And the third dimension is that immaterial dimensions, and that is the folk tales, stories, legends about these monuments. And this dimension is very important. In order, if we want to create a digital twin of these monuments, in order to help to preserve them, we have to have this context recorded as well. And that is the question in digitization, metadata and paradata. If we collect all these data as we should, we have really nice stories beneath these very interesting monuments. And that is very important if we know that there is a very small amount of written historical data about this monument, and that is why we have so many legend, folk tales, and people are, maybe that those folk tales actually help them to preserve in such a manner. And we have today around 100,000 of these monuments. And today, a phenomenon of staged, because of that, is inscribed on UNESCO World Heritage List. By doing this digitization and putting them into context, we are actually trying to share the story about this monument. And it is all about the knowledge. We want to share the knowledge through the digitization. We want to share the story about Steci, and we want to embed the knowledge about the preservation of these monuments through the interdisciplinary approach of all these science that my colleagues have been mentioned. And
I think also linked to this idea of knowledge, because as you're saying correctly, we're trying to preserve knowledge. One area of knowledge which has been tackled through this project is climate change, because it's the base of the whole project. And here I would like to ask Professor Nusret and Snezana about how climate change is being tackled, not only from an analysis point of view, but how it is being used to say a narrative. What is the narrative behind it? Because the results of the chemical analysis are important, but they are there to tell a story.
Yes. For the first, I want also to mention in this project we are talking also about gigabytes and gigabytes, different data sets, which are organized in different layers, for different topics. We aim to produce different climate scenarios, which is main factor for sustainability management of different necropolis and different cultural heritage. And from that aspect, we in this project we produce. Actually, we are in the 34th month of this project. We will finish next year in the August. For now, we prepared 2 different climate scenarios for 3 time horizons: near term, medium term, and long term. And now we try to produce different climate maps from vulnerability aspects. For example, maps of floods, of risk of fire, risk of landslides, and something like that. And we will try to combine with our other colleagues how climate change will even make impact on different stone monuments, and we will try to develop different methods for that inside of our preservation guidelines.
Yeah. Maybe
Sergeant, yeah,
if you can tell us a bit also about the dissemination of all this data which we're trying to receive, because we obviously have different audiences, and sorry, we're pressed for time, but
Yes.
after that I would like to conclude with my colleague Fahmi about the extension, the small extension that we did. But let's start with the dissemination, because a lot of knowledge is being generated through
Yes,
this project.
yes.
So how are we making sure that this will, in the end...
Yes, thank you, Tony. I just meant to add another aspect of storage problem for climate change data, which Nusrat lead that work package, and we are also involved in that. For example, we had to obtain a server with 60 terabytes for just for climatic Air 5 land data, which is 30 years in whole Europe on hourly based air temperature, precipitation in every location in the whole Europe. So at the moment, we already downloaded 7 terabytes. So it is not only 3D models who needs a lot of storage, it is really climatic data set. It needs to be connected. Our server is a part of our faculty in Novi Sad supercomputer, because you can't really manage that kind of data if you are not in a supercomputer grid. As for dissemination, it is really challenging. Everything on this project, you can see it's very challenging because it is interdisciplinary, transdisciplinary, multidisciplinary. We had we all had a fear that we will not understand each other, and we put a lot of effort to learn how digitization will help us in predicting and preserving what we have now, and in climate scenarios what will happen, and to find policymaker who will understand the problem. And Abdel made a brilliant point yesterday, and that is the main challenge: how to communicate to stakeholders, primarily policymakers and politicians. At the end, unfortunately, we all depend on their decisions, and well, fortunately or unfortunately, but we need to speak their language. We need to communicate them in a way they understand the problem. If they don't understand it, we also mention local community. Local community is a tool to come to the policymaker. If you don't have local community support, policymaker wouldn't care, because they are their voters, and they will fight if the local community fight for our cultural heritage. Then the policymaker will recognize that it would be good to support, because they will get back the support from local community in the next elections. That is how it works. So we try to find a subtle way to communicate both, but primarily local community because it is the main tool to get to the policymakers. So I think that is our challenge, and it is really interesting to work in that field. It is fantastic consortium, I must say.
I would like to conclude because we're over time.
Yeah,
but
okay.
in the beginning of this discussion, we said it's good that EU projects sometimes are flexible enough to allow some changes to happen. In fact, with the STECI project, we made sure we meet all the deliverables, all the objectives that we had, so no evaluator can say, you're doing something different, but you missed the others. But in the end, once we had done all the digitization we had and all the analysis we had, just because we hadn't had enough, we chose another site. And this site was different from a STECI site because it was not a funerary monument or a cemetery, but it was made of the same material, limestone. It was exposed to a huge climate change challenge. It was super sensitive because it's a UNESCO heritage site. It's the main UNESCO heritage site in Malta, and I'm speaking about Gigantea Neolithic temples. A super sensitive site, very big, a whole big area. And we applied all that we had learned throughout the project on individual monuments to a whole site. And thanks to the collaboration with different partners, but especially with my colleague Fahmi, we went through not only the digitization process, but we started experimenting on how to link digitization to non-destructive techniques of investigation, to chemical analysis, to creating different a matrix of a multidisciplinary matrix of knowledge, of information on one big site. We're not ready, we're not happy with whatever is coming out, but I think we're very happy with the results so far. There's still a lot to do, but in a very short way, can you just tell us the different types of non-destructive techniques which were used, which results are now being mapped to every individual stone within this huge complex. So imagine the complexity of it all.
Right. Actually, yesterday I told about the accessibility and permissions, and archaeologists in the sites are really afraid from any work related to non-destructive techniques. And when we go for the pre-assessment work, okay, we explained what we will, our plan, the different kind of non-destructive techniques, and then in the second acquisition data, data acquisition, they integrated with us actually. So they helped us to, to carry out this kind of non-destructive techniques. Actually, this kind of integration between the digital model, digitization for, and non-destructive thing for architectural assessment of the Gigantea. So we use different multi-techniques such as infrared humidity analysis in systematic way. Actually, in each 2 hours, we did this kind of analysis. The idea is later on, wow, we have sensor, we can really install, actually, Mr. Tony, he told that we can install it on drones, and we have from one campaign, we can take this kind of measurements without any handheld. This kind of also innovative part in non-destructive, actually, analysis for the stones. Also, something else related to mechanical analysis, not only surface analysis, but we have mechanical analysis. So we use the UPV, we use the Schmidt hammer as a non-destructive tools in order to get to know the stability of the Gigantea, and also it will help us a lot for the conservation strategies in the future for the stakeholders there. Thank you.
Thank you. I think Marinos will conclude now the discussion.
Thank you very, very much. Yeah, excellent presentation. Even the project is very, very. It's one of the most successful stories. But now, because of this synergy and why the project now came up to tell its story and what they achieve, I would like to conclude by saying a few things that we discuss all over the time up to now. I will start with the magic word fragmentation, which was one of the last words discussed yesterday. Do you know which Directorate General is financing, by the Commission, is financing this development here? Could you please guess? Yeah, I guess say just only 1, 2 persons. You don't know, huh? So it's not coming from the DG Connect, which is responsible for the data space, yeah, creating digital data sets, creating the data and so on, preparing the space, yeah, no. It's not coming from the DG Research, it's coming from the DG Environment. Now pay attention, DG Environment. And they created this high quality of data sets, information sets, and so on. Unfortunately, the coordinator of ECOS is not here. I would like to ask him how these kind of projects, for example, are within the mission of his project, and how this kind of, let's say, high quality of results could be somewhere with under ECO's initiative. Number one, so climate change. Number two, if I had the chance to be in one of the data acquisitions campaigns outside of Sarajevo, in Bosnia-Herzegovina. I was very impressed, first from the sites. They are abandoned, yeah? In a nowhere space, you visit the cemetery, which is a holy space, you see big trees, which are, coming up in the middle of whatever place. They move because of their whatever big volume dimensions. They move even the stones, these very heavy stones, number one. Number two, this site, one of the sites that we visited on that time, and I was also so impressed, was on the borderline. On the borderline when it was the real war, civil war in Yugoslavia. And you were able to see fingerprints of the civil war where? At the cemetery. It was the defense line. You know what is happening in a defense line? They don't care if it's a cemetery or if there are statue stones there or whatever. But it was evident. It was written there. It was a part of the memory of the place. Pay attention. So, number three, we are talking about data and big volume of data. And you saw the stones. If you can please show the nice one stone that you showed to me. No, the one with the nice design there, which is also a part of your currency paper, yeah? So, it is a nice stone. It was previously here, I think, and that was the stone which was printed on the paper, yeah, of your currency. Yeah, here. So now, this is linked to the currency, yeah? It is the image like you have in UK with His Majesty. They have here a stone. But this stone, now it comes. The complexity of the story behind. Have a look. This is an artistic performance, yeah? And it is a story behind, a unique story and the knowledge, very complex, which is related to the identity of the local people there. Number one, no? Very important, which now high quality of data, 3D volumetric data, and so on. Number two, how they manage to bring these heavy stones there. Yeah, not only how they manage to produce them, yeah, to have these very nice, accurate, artistic, whatever, designs there and so on, but how they manage to bring them there. I can continue and say what? They put that stone on that certain grave to protect something. To protect what? A dead body. A dead body which had a story. And now this stone is linked not only to the currency, to the paper, to the whatever, but also to the dead body. And there is where you can see now the relation of all this complexity of the stories and the identity behind. By saying this, coming to an end, when we say data acquisition, I will go a step beyond that and underline, first of all, dear politicians or policymakers, you have to take care of something which is very important. And it is one word, respect. Respect places like cemeteries, because these cemeteries, and is here the real proof, they are accumulators of not only stories, complex memories. I told you, on the borderline between Serbia and Bosnia-Herzegovina. Yeah? Very, very bad stories happen there, civil war and so on, even on this borderline. We discussed that. It's a real amazing story of the modern time period. And if you go back to the years when the cemetery was real a cemetery, then it's amazing what it is there. So now data acquisition, what it means. I'm going just only and scan the 3D object, and I'm coming to the first day of the panel discussing what? 3D or data acquisition. Is it just only the volumetric structure and nothing more? Yeah, no, it's the story, it's the knowledge, it's the memory and so on behind. And it's so complex that we don't know how to do that. And then yesterday we discussed the knowledge management, yeah? Or knowledge reconstruction and so on. And all this in an authentic way. And then the last point which comes, the project is going to come to an end. Who is taking care now of the data? I'm coming back there where I started to the key word, fragmentation. Bosnia-Herzegovina is a candidate country, is not a member state of the EU. Bosnia-Herzegovina has the infrastructure to now store and take care for a long-term preservation of this data. The partner Malta, which is a member state, has this opportunity, can do it. But how can now Bosnia-Herzegovina share the data sets with Malta? And a time period when there is probably no political agreement between the two countries. So you cannot, legally talking, you cannot. You are not allowed. So, a story also so far as the management, administration of policy at the central offices in Brussels and in Luxembourg to take care to improve for the years to come if it's going all about investment. Isn't it, Sander? And this is what we have to take care, and this is why we have the summit, and this is why we need the position paper and the recommendations to the policymakers. Yeah? And I'm really happy that you managed to come here. It's a big investment for all of you to be here and for this short time period to present the excellent results of your project. I wish you the best, and I would like to be at the final event of the project. Yeah.
Thank you, and thank you for this opportunity.
Everything is happening there. Yes. Thank you very, very much. Wishing you the best.
If I just can add something.
Yes.
This project has also something different from other projects I am in, and it is the fact that the advisory board is active, and the advisory board guides us and criticizes us where need be. And that is the role of the advisory board, which is a function which I feel is missing. It's just a good to have in the application. But then when it starts really happening, you are never involved as an advisory board. And I would like to, on behalf of the group, thank Professor Marinos for not only advising us, but actually coming on site on some of the scans and being with us. And when he's around, there's no slacking or taking breaks.
Yeah. It's true, huh? So it's not just only with you, it's also with... It's a duty, then we have to take care. But really, thank you very, very much, yeah? And this is what I would like to ask you upstairs, directly above us. There is another one project presenting. This is a EU-funded project connecting, setting up an infrastructure, doing what exactly, more or less, this is what you are doing, not in the area of climate change, but data acquisition in general. And we managed to bring you in also in their agenda around 12 o'clock, I don't know, but the colleague is going to come. I will introduce you during the coffee break with them, and then you can go upstairs and present also the project once again, yeah? Because it's very interesting. With the university, following my visit to Sarajevo, then we as a university signed a bilateral agreement with the university to collaborate further, and that's the first official visit after the signing of the agreement. And thank you very, very much for your time and
Also, Prof.
all this what you do. Yeah, thank you.
For
thank you.
everything.
Thank you. I have to. And before we break now for the coffee, we are going to do exactly the same way as we had it yesterday, with a keynote, sending a clear message about the next thematic area which we can discuss, which we are going to discuss. You still remember? Yesterday, Professor Moropoulou showed us an excellent data acquisition, similar to that, of a unique monument, again, a UNESCO World Heritage Site in Jerusalem, yeah? Here, the case was with Bosnia-Herzegovina, and so that we motivate the speakers and give a clear message of what and how the discussion will move forward later, yeah? So, and I would like to invite the colleague and good friend, Dominique. Dominique is an architect. He's coming from Berlin, and he is dealing all the issues related to visualization, yeah? From his point of view, from his expertise, of course, and beyond, yeah? So it's a good stimulation and to see what is happening in this area, and we move, yeah? Can we change the presentation, please? I would like to delay the coffee break. Why? Because we need to synchronize with the hackathon and the people above, yeah? And the group above. I will take care of the air conditioning because
Thank you, Marinos. Thank you all for coming. It's a real pleasure for me and an honor, because I'm not standardization is not the field that I started with, but standardization is something that becomes more and more important. And I just want to add a completely different point of view, being an architect, so as you would probably call it, part of the creative industry. And it's the standardization of the curatorial practice. And it's quite a long journey. I mean, I will try to make it as short and graspy as I can. And My chair is in the University of Cottbus, south of Berlin, called Architecture and Visualization. It used to be representation, but I changed it to architecture and visualization just because of that reason, because creativity, the artistic impact, is something that we find is absolutely crucial for the mediation and the preservation of cultural heritage, because whatever you record, register, archive, long-term, short-term, whatever, actually you're dealing with artistic artifacts in most cases. So the artistic dimension of the works is something that is mostly lacking in the communication of these outcomes. So when we have this state of art in communicating history, and you think of the gaming and the movie industry, it's mostly consisting of things that people believe because it's well done. So the artistic quality as such is not the problem. This is beautiful. The problem is the palaces of Troy have been bungalows, so it's undoubtedly wrong. There's another example which was addressed to be used by the reconstruction team after the fire. Other than before, the company did not claim to have it neatly reconstructed, but after the fire they said, just rather be careful because this is an artistic interpretation. So what we actually talk about is creativity in a kind of a intellectual statement, and this piece of art is called a dream, not without reason, because it is a dream. And all the other things you've seen before were also dreams, dreams of Troy, dreams of Notre Dame à Paris. So the trouble is that artists do dream, but a dream is not a bad thing. So Dreaming by Martin Honert, as this is an exhibition I visited in Berlin, is excellently depicting what creative people are dealing with all day. So I may say we have things in mind and we produce other things, and they are sort of linked to each other, but not in a kind of what you would probably call undoubtedly scientific accuracy. Now, whatever you do and standardize and then produce as a visual is the same. It's also kind of a vision that you elaborate from the data you acquired before. But in some cases, it's not backed up with artistic competences. And that's the thing I would like to propose, to have it standardized in the production pipeline of mediating cultural heritage. Now, abstraction is a thing that every science is using, but the visual arts use it a little different. That's a piece of work in Frankfurt, in West Germany, and it's actually a citation of much older work by Kazimir Malevich. This one's not called the Black Square, but essentially it is a black square consisting of 9 smaller black squares. And the point is that if you look at this and you find it boring, then you're probably on the very, very scientific sides. Now, there's a reason for some academies like the one in Salzburg that I'm a member of, that's called Academy of Sciences and the Arts, because the connection of the two is a very important aspect. Now, if you look at this square and you get a firework of ideas after a while, then you're sort of elected to the creative field. And abstraction is also a difficult term in the linguistic way, because literally, as you all certainly know, it means pull away. But pull away would insinuate that there was something, and after being pulled away, it's the rest. That's not the meaning of abstraction as the visual arts use it and as we use it, because we use it as a kind of focusing, and that's the very important thing. So focusing on selected aspects of a certain cultural heritage asset is completely different from pulling something away, like radar data from any kind of layer. Now, this is spatiality, if you want, and this is urban planning, and this is a skyscraper, and this is the same thing, more accurate in architecture, and also this is architecture. It's all very abstract, and if you describe it in a very objective scientific way, you would probably call it a box with holes. But for architects, this is a symbol. So this is almost metaphorical, because this is a graveyard. We've just seen another graveyard before, 5 minutes ago. That's also a graveyard. It's just completely different. But it talks about architecture, not about stones. Now, this is not a graveyard, but this is also architecture, and it's a contemporary and temporary architecture. Actually, it's 30 years old, but it's almost. But it talks about space in a very abstract way, and in this way, again, it's not pulled away, it's changed. So what's the foundations of the proposal I want to make to you as a community of standardization? This is why, thank you, Marinos, now came back, so I can thank you very much personally for inviting me to give this opportunity to put this statement to you, standardizers. Now, the foundation of standardizing something that is up to now not standardized is that we have been working with the same group as the last project, Prussian Heritage Fund, States Museums of Berlin, Pergamon Museum in particular, German Archaeological Institute. I'm a correspondent member of the Institute since December, so I'm almost an archaeologist like the colleague up there. So the reason why I showed you this piece of work is that we developed here something that we called an urban texture. It's not simulating architecture. It's not preserving cultural heritage, tangible cultural heritage. But it's a statement, a visual form of representing something that we would call intangible cultural architectural heritage. That is how people at the time in this area conceived urban planning. Not created, conceived. So that's the idea behind the planning. And you can also turn this around and say this is the memory that you have when you visited a city, because it describes in a way the things that you might remember. Other projects concern Naga in Sudan, an Islamic gardening area in Spain near Cordoba, Palatine palaces, and you see that the presentation is always focusing on certain aspects, and in most cases it's the verbal arguments by archaeologists. But at the same time, they look like holiday postcards, and this looks like a rooftop pool. And the reason is that the rooftop pool, just to take this as one of the examples, is something that is absolutely valid until today. So if you create a luxury hotel, you want a rooftop pool, you can take this one. Probably you would leave away the obviously Roman antique capitals, but the rest is absolutely valid. And the reason for that is because architectural ideas are much longer preserved than sort of ornamental tendencies in the design of columns or so. So talking about the idea behind architecture is something long-term and totally independent from the preserved stones or the extents. We have here something that you might recognize. It looks similar today, just a little ruined. It's the Circus Maximum, just below the Palatine Palaces. And again, it's rather something like a photography. Burnminster, the predecessor of Cologne Cathedral, an internal space in Pergamon, the best preserved patrician building number Z, and now a kind of a distant view again, comprising all the major building complexes, but also the vernacular buildings on the foot. And here on the vernacular buildings, you see something that is similar to the extraction I showed you before. It's almost only pentagonal prisms standing on the sides, resembling actually nothing, but in their composition, they give an urban context. And this urban context is not deductible, it's not repetitive, it's not based on any tangible facts. It's just the artistic translation of the verbal argument. There have been houses that we do not know the shape of, but we know the approximate dimensions, distribution, and relationships amongst them. Now, to give you an example about what we mean with pentagonal prisms and abstraction in total, so these are quadrangles, and quadrangles as such do not make sense. If you put them in a context, suddenly one of the quadrangles become very meaningful. So now you have a door. It's nothing else than the other one, but suddenly it becomes a door. One of my favorite examples is this quadrangle again, and I can now, you can play with your own imagination. Just imagine there's something being on the ceiling. So you enter a room and you're on the ceiling, and you probably even know the building because it's quite famous, but maybe you recognize it when I disclose it. Well, that's the original one. And so a quadrangle, if a quadrangle can mean the world, so why not 3D? And 3D is mostly elected to be totally transformed into a fantastic game engine. Now that's a very difficult word, aesthetics, so in brackets, right? How to make abstract architecture then to seem, or abstract geometry seem like architecture, and this is also something that is part then of the proposal of standardization because it's not obvious. So this is a piece of work and it plays with the indirect and the abstract. So its title is 3 streets, although you see 4 concrete blocks. Now the way how to make abstract geometry appear like architecture and then talk about architecture is what we call virtual photography. And it's nothing else but putting yourself in a position that makes the same object talk architecturally at the first glance. And in that case, it's quite simple. One example that elucidates even stronger the meaning of artistic experience, let's say, is the question about color. So being a scientist, you may think that color is objective, but maybe you know that depending on where you are from, I mean, not culturally, but from which other space you came in, this is what I mean, what your eyes are adopted to, and if you had a lens exchange already or not, just talk to some people. So this color is a very relative thing, and one of the main misconceptions of color is that it talks about atmosphere. So now let's change the atmosphere to be something like more sun-bright things, and look what happens to the building, it becomes white. So this is something that in a objective way you would say it doesn't matter because the building doesn't change, but essentially from an artistic point of view, and you can also say perceptive psychology. In the latter, the building is white, while in this black and white photography, which is a cultural achievement, of course, none of the elements has a color, so the building is not white. But also this, you can, of course, describe rules for all these single steps, but altogether, it's very hard to define them. So there's a little case study that I want to explain or illustrate to you what we mean with virtual photography in the contrast to just projecting virtual geometry. So this is what a museum in Munich wanted from our model of Pergamon, to have a series of images. And they thought putting the point on the map and pointing the direction that they want to look at would be sufficient. So this is what they actually wanted. And this is what we delivered. So we made it look like architecture. We made it look like a photography taken by a photographer, because photographers look different at also virtual photography. And the reason is that we just treat the virtual geometry as it was built. So as if you were on site. And it's a pity that in most cultural heritage projects, not even the documentation of photography is taken by photographers. In the hope that it's objective, repetitive, and apt to document, many things in architecture, photography are just ignored. And it's not a question of bad will. I'm absolutely convinced about that. It's just a question of experience and also education. So what is needed is somebody in these projects, like a artistic curatorship, Let's have a look at the second, that's case study number 2. It's even faster. That's the internal space of a phase of Burnminster that is destroyed because the screen in the middle has just been dismantled and removed. It's lost. So you can enter the church, but you don't have the screen. Now the screen divides the space, of course, and if I tell you, you will believe. So the screen divides the space, it creates the long nave, then the choir, and then the side nave. But the point is what happens to the perception of the space when I change the lighting. And it's not about illumination. It's certainly only the proportion of the portions of the space that change. So according to where you put the light, one of the portion becomes larger and the other becomes smaller. And this is something that you cannot measure. This is something that you can statistically measure. We have had a collaboration with the Leibniz Institute of Knowledge Media in Tübingen, and they measured with hundreds of students, and then they have check boxes. Do you think that this is larger now? Or maybe that's the scientific way, but the artistic way, with an experience of several hundred years, is just painting, drawing, depicting, taking photographs, having this in mind, and then working for that. So this is the reason why we were commissioned to implement our virtual model of Pergamon to replace the last physical model in the Old-Time Museum, here on the right, and the next one will be inaugurated in about 12.5 months, we all hope. But the standardizing of this professional practice is something that is now a little annoying because now our 5 text slides. I usually, as you had certainly have seen, I usually do not use text slides. So they are a little long, just to show you that it's well reflected. I will highlight only one keyword per slide to make it bearable for you. So this is the thesis, and the thesis is about artistic reliability. You cannot standardize artistic quality, but the proposal is to standardize artistic reliability. So you can fly over much faster than I would definitely not read any of these. The problem is that something that most of these conferences do not talk about, and it's a very difficult thing. And I've been on a psychological conference about beauty in aesthetics. So it's the Society of Aesthetics, and they talked about beauty. It's something like 8 or 10 years ago in Vienna, and they said beauty as a term has been contested for decades. And I know, being a creative, that beauty is a very, very difficult expression. But serious art is something completely different from documented heritage. What this delimitates from is documenting, because documenting uncertainty, there have been many people documenting uncertainty. So when we started with publishing under the term uncertainty, we did not mean, by no means, marking the finds with a red color, meaning this is more uncertain than this stone, which is then marked green. Because if you mark one stone red and one stone green in one picture, all you get is a circus, but not an architectural thesis. So what we mean here is design and artistic experience. The method is quite simple. It's abstract geometry and virtual photography. But this is only the name, the term of the method. And I hope you could follow my argumentation. This is not something that you can just switch on. This is something that you have to not only study and learn, but also that you have to practice and experience. And it's no wonder that I've been in an archaeological film festival, and the winner of this film festival was a film that mimicked cave painting in the 20,000-year-old caves in France. And they hired an artist in his 70s, French artist, who was painting and drawing all his life. And he tried to imitate the cave drawings. And with his 70 years of experience, he really had a hard time to approximately achieve the quality, if ever. And usually you say well, the majority of laymen think that cave painting had been done by somebody killing the deer and then putting up the fire and then doing some sketches on the wall. No. And the conviction of this film and the outcome was, even at that time, in the cave, of course they chose among their population the most experienced master painter to do that, of course. And this is what, in most of the project, is just missing. Now, there are standards. And as I introduced in the beginning, I know these standards. London Charter, make it all visible. It's fine. The problem is there's one severe lacking, and this is the closest is the AIC CAPC that describes the certified professional role between science and creative intervention for well, not art, but at least for the production of something. And as it's about creation, I think that this comes the closest to all the projects that we have been involved in, being engaged by scientific collaborators in different projects because of that artistic quality. And I would say the strong argument is that you all know this, and you know the structure behind it, and the idea would be to just transfer it. Take the same structure, system, and methodology as an analog approach into the artistic curatorial heritage visualization role. Because then you would have the same outcomes, you would have the same quality, the same scientific rigorousness. But at the same time, just like a serious art museum, the results that you were producing would also stand the test of time, just as your 3D data that you are so concerned about. So if your 3D data remains the next decade or 2 decades, why not the visual outcomes? Why is most of the visual work so outdated 3 years later? And of course, there's an explanation for most of that, because most of them try to mimic reality. And reality is something that needs to be simulated, because reality is physical reality. Any attempt to simulate physical reality, which is not driven by an army or industry like the gaming industry or the movie industry, with several hundreds of computer graphics who are capable of working hours and years to achieve this quality, it's just hitting the glass bottom from below. So it looks a little weird, it looks up to date, but then you look at it 2 years later and you think, well, we are much further now. So that's the point. And if you see it abstract art, just let's take something really serious, the black square. I mean, it doesn't look technically outdated. It's just a statement. Of course, it's a contemporary statement of the time when it was created, but it's not by all means outdated by technical terms. So heritage visualization curator would be the proposal as a supplementary standardized item complementary to all the things you do all day. And if it would be in the EU standards for heritage communication, it would absolutely match what Europe stands for, which is cultural consciousness. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dominic, for the very nice presentation. Well done. But I will give now the floor to our colleagues here, if they would like to ask, make any comments, any remarks. Yes, Ronald. I expected actually from you to hear some. This is your domain.
Me too.
Also of standardization, yeah? We need a microphone, gentlemen. We need a microphone.
Thank you very much. Lots to stir the imagination and approximate reality. Would really appreciate if you say more about that approximation of reality to get closer to reality. In particular, one of the things in mind is about a 100-year-old work called 7 Types of Ambiguity, and ambiguity being used for our highest art and understanding, also to deceive, and also to have humor. So the uncertainties, the imprecision can sometimes help us get more precise. I wonder if you can say more of that.
I would absolutely agree. That's exactly the point. Yeah. So this is the reason why we use abstraction, not to pull things away, but really to focus. And as you used the word reality now, was just on the threshold. Because if those people who try to do photorealistic imagery, they want to approximate the physical reality that we see with our eyes, while reality, just like truth, not truth social, truth is something completely different. And this is what we talk about. So if we want to visualize an archaeological argument, the argument has nothing to do with photorealistic imagery. The argument is something totally abstract, immaterial. And a visualization of an argument almost cannot look like physical reality because it's an argument.
Just one other quick follow-up, and I don't know that there's... you were also talking a bit about time and time sequences, Monet and the light in the different models. So is part of the abstraction also to go closer to the eternal, something that gives you the sense of it that will cross time? Because otherwise we have a
Yes.
moment in time.
Yes.
Yeah.
Time is something that misleads also very often. So when you, for example, visit ancient sites, the first impression you get is it's old, it's rotten, it's a little destroyed. So the project I showed about Sudan, the Meroite culture, is something that one of the elements you saw in this image was this kiosk, Peripteros. And there's quite a complete standing group of stones on site. So it has been scanned 3-dimensionally and printed. And most of the times you enter an exhibition about Naga, the city, first thing you see is this ruined, printed stone. So the association is an exhibition about Sudan, which is in Africa, and you see rotten stones, and you think, okay, of course, Africa. In reality, because some of the fractions have been preserved in the sand, so what we did is we reverse engineered the design patterns. And if you do this, it looks like the Chrysler building, like steel. So you think, wow, this is Africa. I mean, in the turn of the times. And it's a fantastic mixture of classical antiquity, Egyptian, and Black Africa. So you have forms there that are really like the black square. They produce creativity immensely. And this is what we try to do. And this is nothing else than trying to perpetuate architectural ideas of the past. Because we all know from the anthropologic view that people of the past haven't been different to us. They just didn't have phones, you know. But essentially they were thinking the same way. This is why this rooftop pool by the Empress of Rome, same thing as today. Well, thanks for the question. Very good, thank you.
Thank you for a stimulating presentation. Much of what you say resonates with a wonderful book written by Peter Gallison and Lorraine Daston called Objectivity. I'm wondering if you're familiar with the book. Well, it's a wonderful contribution from about 2007 on the history of physics and physical science and their use of visualization instruments over time. What they found, what the two authors describe, is a process where physicists discovered that what one person sees and another can be quite a different thing. A trained practitioner in the laboratory will see things that a neophyte will not, and in fact, that trained experimenter has to train that neophyte to see the same things that they do. So photography, which seemed initially the instrument for showing those patterns, turned out to be completely unsuitable, and artists who had been used in the 19th century were brought back in by the mid-20th century to remedy the problem they were encountering, that two different people could see two different things. To get a common understanding, you needed the artist to bridge between the experienced person and the neophyte. So anyhow, thank you for the reminder.
Thank you too. You won't believe it, but we have been in a conference about digital heritage, and there was a representative of this software that works for Dassault System, representative Germany, and he seriously claimed that photography, seriously in this context, is 100% documentary. It's just unbelievable, but it demonstrated that even in the field of digital heritage communication, there's such a large misunderstanding of anything that the artistic world and the Beaux-Arts have developed for centuries. It's just missing, and this is why I love this project that we've seen in the beginning, this totally transversal collection of different disciplines. Fantastic. That's the thing we need. And unfortunately, being denominatedly part of the creative industry, even research foundations do not really understand that. That makes it really difficult to get funding for that part. And sometimes we've just been dropped off, you know. So we have to be very careful to be part of every work package.
Thank you so much for your brilliant presentation. In fact, I think that what you brought us is a suggestion of a change of paradigm, in the sense that much of our discussions around the standardization of digitization and visualization for cultural heritage, most of these discussions are around the level of detail of what we are producing. And what you brought us is a focus on the level of abstraction to deal with uncertainty. And this is somehow also a change in paradigms that are related to contemporary visual culture, as much of the industries of gaming and speculative reconstitutions offer a very, very fine level of detail. So everything seems so realistic that it's persuasive. So my question is, do you think that sponsors, technological developers, and for example, our students in architecture schools, in universities, are prepared to deal with abstraction as a value to be preserved in this kind of visualizations?
It's an interesting question, because asking from architecture, it used to be the main means of communicating. So for all of you who are not an architecture, nor a landlord, nor have ever built or constructed with an architect, the usual way is that clients, landlords, express a certain idea, mostly by comparison. That's the psychological effect. Never compare yourself with your neighbor who might be richer. That's a little similar. So usually landlords say, I also want to have a beautiful house like this and this and that, but I have special needs, like something sizes also. So the first step a serious architect would do then is start with also comparative photography of existing buildings, and then, and that's the crucial thing, an abstract volumetric model. But teaching young architects myself, last October was the first semester when they asked us, are we allowed to work without artificial intelligence? And first we were quite astonished by this remark, because they all want to create generative imagery. And then we put up the thesis that the generation that started last October was the generation that entered high school age when ChatGPT was on the market. So most part of their conscious, self-driven childhood, adulthood, is already I wouldn't say suppressed, but strongly influenced by generative artificial intelligence. So what we are trying to do now, what we have to do more and more, is to raise awareness of the meaning of abstract whatever, not only imagery, not only geometry. And it comes to something like a generic humanist effort to work for complexity. And this becomes also a political task by the time. You all know that simple answers have best voices. Yeah? And what we do is just the opposite of simple answers. It looks simple geometry, but it's not. So we are in this difficulty that even for architects, abstraction is not as everyday business as it used to be before ChatGPT. So it will become difficult, but that's the only way to preserve deep thinking, really deep thinking. And we try to introduce things like the cave, don't know in English the name of this Plato's cave. Plato's cave, I think it's Plato's cave. Because it's a funny thing and people just love the idea and then hopefully they understand what it's about. Thank you very much.
Here. Yes, one question or maybe a remark. What you quite nicely demonstrate is how when comparing, now comes to comparison, such type of when you call it visualization, which is not, with the other examples currently en vogue, or let's say even best practice in what you see here around, that the current way simply fails to reach engagement and becomes very quickly boring, because it doesn't achieve this psychological moment of aha or ignition, how you called it, when obviously our brain starts to be active and the pure physical understanding or physical presence engaging in the real world, which is not ignited by what we currently see. And it is partly because our current methods are disaggregating qualities. And if you try then to bring them together at the end, in the way that we do currently, they simply fail to ignite what the real world experience is. And that is definitely currently a dead end. I see it as well. So focusing on spatial quality in this sense, and then what happens if you have the time to experience this. I'm an architect by myself, so absolutely understand what you mean. And you advocate the heritage visualization curator, which is a human being in the process, which are absolutely in favor, to be certified with all the qualities. And you mentioned yourself now the reality of having machines doing this already at scale. At a pace we must be somehow honest, it's quite difficult to catch up. So I would advocate to make a plus below your heritage visualization curator and to find ways to make this a quality, and even in the first instance, if it is just a style quality that goes into machines, to capture at a very early stage of the development this understanding what abstraction can do, to find now ways to bring it technologically into our systems in order to be, at least to have some hooks, some anchors to catch up with development where we don't know where it goes, and to bring the additional qualities that you consider important with all this approach step by step in. Otherwise, I believe we will lose completely control about what is going to happen in the next 3 years. Just a statement from myself.
Thank you very much. I think I'm aware of this dilemma, standardizing things that you really cannot standardize. This is why I mentioned serious art museums. So there is not many serious art museums in the world. But those who are really serious, they have methodologies to choose the right curators to do important expositions that stand the time. And this is something that also in architecture. If you want to invest your money and you want to build something that is raising enough funds to get a good revenue for your shareholders, then you would probably not choose an architect who is starting off or who has been in the magazines, or you would probably not choose something like Alvaro Siza. You would probably choose something like the German Hendrich Petschnik and Partner factory, because they know how to do, you know. Artistic quality is not their topic, but it's professionally done. You can be sure that the quality is absolutely perfect. But if you see works of arts of architects that get the Pritzker Prize because of their beginning projects of their careers that are now decaying in worst ways, the contribution to the artistic development of the discipline architecture is so much different from the technological quality of the execution that this is really two different sides of the coin. So yes, we could try to feed artificial intelligence with some of the things, but as soon as we even try to feed it, it will normalize. And I've just been on an AI conference in Florence yesterday and before yesterday, and their claim was to induce plurality into AI, which is the opposite development of at the moment. Plurality of dialects, that people maintain their local dialect. South Naples versus North Naples, that's equality. And AI just cannot. AI cannot even mimic our pictures. I've talked to lots of developers for artificial intelligence. They said, there's just too little imagery. Produce 100,000 more, then we can talk about it. You only have 15 projects with a total of 300 images. Forget it. So that's the point, you know. It will come, but the creativity driven by AI that we now see with our students is total homogenization. And that's the dangerous development. I know, human creativity, artificial intelligence, who can distinguish that? Which curator will be able in 10 years to distinguish human from not human? I don't know, I cannot say, but I hope it's dying late.
Thank you. That was extremely inspiring talk and kind of plenty of different kinds of interesting ideas comes to my mind. What I was kind of one thing that I was kind of sort of thinking here is that kind of thinking about digitalization of heritage as a kind of what we are doing. So we're kind of, even if it's no surprise that it's generative and it's not something that we kind of sort of make a copy of something, but it seems to be that kind of this field is very much in a documentation mode, in a sense that we kind of sort of we digitize something and we create a thing, and then we kind of hope to kind of conflate it with the kind of original one, even if it's not really kind of like that it works. There was a bit of a kind of a debate about the non-photorealistic rendering in heritage for 20 years ago, and I tried to look into it in one paper for a few years ago, but then kind of it was also something that's pretty much kind of died, and I was kind of sort of wondering from whether we could kind of learn from architecture or from art to kind of take a little bit more seriously kind of the different things that we produce, different types of visualizations, and that there actually are different types of visualizations and not only kind of the one that's more or less authentic kind of in a sense in relation to kind of it should be a copy or kind of really the same than the kind of the what we are going to digitalize, and how to kind of sort of take these intermediate products or products in general more seriously, both in theory and practice. I'm kind of a little bit kind of as an information researcher here in the group of heritage professionals, so this is also kind of my problem. Yeah, kind of it would be interesting to start this kind of a discussion.
That's exactly the point. So authenticity, whatever you produce, is an authentic piece of And if it's not meant to be a piece of art, it's not. It can accidentally become one, but it's very unlikely. So it is always a very personal statement, even if you try to objectify most you can do. It's a personal statement, and it's meant by a different, very particular purpose, but probably not artistic. And the artistic point is something that talks to the recipient in a completely different way. In the optimal world, a subtle message about the cultural value. Not the preservation value, but the cultural value. And the stone that we were just seeing in one of the last images, it had this story about the body and the money and all that, but it also talks by itself. You know, if you enter a museum, sometimes you have the description. If you need the description to understand the work of art, if you need it, then it's probably too late. If you're interested in it, that's fine. But if the artwork doesn't talk to you, there's no connection. And there are art historians who say, if you don't read it, you don't understand it. My answer, if you go into the forest and you don't understand the quality of the tree, God won't tell you. So that's the point, you know. There is eternal quality in design and aesthetics that is of universal value, and we need to appreciate that. That's the point. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very inspiring talk. And I agree with colleagues' comments about the new paradigm, new way of thinking about heritage. And I think what I got and I really appreciate in the talk is broadening the concept of authenticity here, how we can think about authenticity beyond the tangible and even the replicas towards more the knowledge. And we talked yesterday a lot about knowledge, and I believe what creative practice can do is diversifying the layers of knowledge to encourage more diverse engagement with heritage. And the use of art, the use of creative practice to do so is a very powerful way. And what I'm interested in to hear more about your because my interest is more in the optimal objective, which is conservation. Conservation in the word, you use preservation for it sometimes. The case study or the example you mentioned about the use of art and filmmaking, if you have any information about more how you think this case or this example have preserved in any way or conserved in any way the heritage, of course, from I'm not talking about technical perspective, I'm talking about knowledge, social, cultural perspective.
Okay, let's take the example of an amphitheater. The probably best preserved one is probably the Colosseum, although it's partly broken, but you have a very good spatial impression if you look at one direction, not the other one. And you can walk through some of the staircases, you can understand some of the substructions. If you then go to Pozzuoli, next to Naples, you have a much better preserved basement, and you get a good impression of how the basement is working. But in any case, it's again a ruin. So you are encircled by Roman stones and you feel blood, sweat, and tears. There's a very badly preserved amphitheater in Albania, in Tirana, no, next to Tirana, in Durrës, formerly Dyrrhachium. And this one is so badly damaged that there's hardly any finds, but enough to construct, to construct a plausible possibility of its original experience that is driven by, and this is its characterization, the turn against the slope, which makes construction and circulation totally asymmetric and very complicated. And the longest path, and this is deducted by the finds, for the senators in the north and east corner, along their balconies, then in the tunnel, quite complicated, out and then down the stairs to the harbor, takes a couple of minutes. It's a long walk. Now, the idea was how to make this tangible. And we created a film in real time. It's just visual, but you move through space in real time. You have this super short entrance on the other side, like a theater, in, zigzag, out, and this very long path. And all you see is the spatial consistency. So it's just very straight edges, no stones, no material, no color, nothing. It's just the space. And if you watch this, after a while, you get the point. You don't miss the things that are missing. You're just concentrating on this tunnel. I mean, if you drive through any alpine street tunnels, you probably don't pay attention to the painting. You just want to see the light in the end. And then you wonder, is it like this, or is it like this? Or, you know what I mean? And this demonstration of an antique amphitheater circulation is something that talks about architectural systems, circulation systems, and lets you understand why football stadiums are evacuated so fast. Is this an answer? Thank you.
Anybody who knows me knows. No, I saw. Hurrah! Anybody who mentions that if I'm going to miss coffee, I'm going to be quick, right? So, first of all, before I come to, don't forget upstairs and please have a look. Thank you for producing what I think is one of the most accessible and understandable descriptions of paradata. This is brilliant. Thank you so much. And I would like to extend the the virtual photography thing to say, as we move into three-dimensional virtual worlds, we should also be looking at virtual stage direction and how we understand and interact with that space. And I always cite Grotowski towards a poor theatre. He had the problem of, I'm doing theatre, how do I deal with the competition from film and television? And he went, I'm not going to compete. I'm going to look at the things which this new medium, or this old medium, has unique. So the things which we should be looking for within virtual worlds is that uniqueness. And we can play around with time, we can play around with emotional resonance with buildings and with architecture, which we might not be able to do in the real world, either because it doesn't exist or it's inaccessible. And we need good data to do that, but we also need and must have that creative input to be able to explore that in a way that makes us human. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Coffee.
Dominic, 2,500 years ago, we had two of your colleagues. Xenophon, please correct me if I am wrong on the names. It is Dominic, but they were Iktinos and Kallikratis. Do you know the gentlemen?
I'm so sorry.
I
translated Platon, but I don't know them.
They were more or less this time period. They are very famous architects because this what they managed to build, set up. They were not only architects, they were more mathematicians, civil engineers, chemical engineers. They were genius engineers. Even if you as architect, you don't like someone to tell you that you are an engineer. But nevertheless, they were unique persons, very, very wise persons. Those two persons managed to create one of the most famous buildings, monuments of the humanity. Yes, and this is a symbol of one of the most preserved words of the world democracy. Do you know the symbol of the democracy? I'm just helping you. It's the Parthenon. And those two were the architects. Parthenon and Acropolis is also a World Heritage Site of an outstanding and universal value with all these, whatever it is behind, yeah? Representing something unique and the start of whatever we know today, which is the word is well preserved, but not the system, yeah? Because democracy is something which over the time has been changed. Now, all this what you explained here, if we go back and we say we want to reconstruct, reverse engineering you mentioned in a very good, nice way, Parthenon, Acropolis, and have it there, they took even care of the lighting. They took care of the colors. They took care of the materials. They took care of the static. Huh? The monument is still there. Humans destroyed that 2 times. So, not only one. And it's still there, more or less, Xenophon, as it was from the beginning. So, now, taking all this into account, what is your statement to that, all this what you explained earlier? Because it's very important, this, and we, with the power of the computers, full power, advanced technologies, AI and so on, taking also into account this, what you explain now, please, something where I am a little bit confused. Yeah?
Thank you for the Parthenon.
It was an excellent presentation, and thank you very much for coming.
Stay here. Thank you for the Parthenon, because
staying.
the Parthenon is something that is not only famous for standing there and being democracy. It's one of the few buildings that have such a subtle compositional characteristics.
Yeah.
And this is where abstraction comes really into play, because there's a fantastic drawing of the exaggeration of the perspectival distortion of the Parthenon. And if you go there and you take the photography along this stairs and you see this curvature, most people don't know, but you can photograph it. But if you have this compact abstract drawing that exaggerates all these things, then you immediately understand the deep value. And you mentioned 4 or 5 value dimensions of the building, and this is yet another one. So this building is really... Absolutely. This is why I wanted you to stay. So this is something, we have a remark on that, but I don't know if you're allowed to.
Yes, please.
The Acropolis is not just a Parthenon, absolutely right. Yeah, yes.
I mean, Marinos, you opened this topic, not me. Yeah. So the Parthenon, the Acropolis is not just a Parthenon. The Acropolis is a dense history of more than 2,000 years. Yeah. And we have now to face the other side of abstraction, because before I mentioned the disaggregation of attributes, and we must be aware that abstraction always is also a path to disaggregate history, because you focus. You focus for a specific sensation and for a specific ambition to ignite something. And that is what we have to always have in mind when we deal about history as a concept of completeness over time. Abstraction is needed to demonstrate layers over time, to find the proper methodology, to not disaggregate history into a specific view, because I think that is the biggest danger we can fall in. Thank you. Sorry, Marinos.
No problem. Thank you.
No,
Thank you.
final words.
But it was a nice speech. Thank you very much for coming, Dominique. Thanks for your patience also, staying here. If I will say, the speech was a nice motivation for the panelists, where we are going to have, after the coffee, as a part 1 and part 2 of the final session. part one before the lunch and after the lunch, so that we, yeah, have a nice recommendation so far as the, yeah, visualizing the results of the reverse engineering of the past, yeah? Thank you very, very much again, and an applause for Dominic. Thank you.
Thank you.
a short first part of the last session. Why? Because a 1:15, we have to be out for the lunch. The reason is that there are now 3 parallel other groups in place. They will stop and come down and have a joint lunch with us together, especially the kids and all the other colleagues actively involved in the hackathon. So now, the last panel. What's all about? We talked yesterday about the data acquisition, also partially this morning. We mentioned words or keywords like accuracy, precision, but then no authenticity, and so on. Big data, we mentioned also, yes, it's not only volumetric reconstruction, it's also a knowledge-based volumetric reconstruction, and then standards are missing, but at the end of the day, it's all about memory, it's all about knowledge, it's all about the story of the past. At the end of the pipeline, facing all these challenges, we have to visualize. We have to bring all the whatever stories and memories to the users, to the whatever user. Let's hear now from this panel which are the challenges, which are the recommendations, which we have to include in our position paper for the policy makers and the politicians. This is what it is requested for the specific area of metaverse and XR spaces to transfer to the final users the memory. And I will start with our first colleague. Yes, ladies first. If you can please introduce yourself, which project you coordinate, you represent, and then short statement about, but up to the point so that we are on time for the break. Something which is very important, and I highlighted several times, the 3 colleagues over there representing several millions of euro, and just to be expertise, I mean, and just to be fair, we didn't receive here in Cyprus as UNESCO chair even 1 cent from them. But we do the best to let their voice to be heard, not only here at the headquarters of the Cypriot presidency of the EU Council, but even in the capital cities of Europe. You see, we do that for you. Thank you. And now you do that for us.
Thank you, Marinos.
Thank
you. We've got quite a challenge in face of us, we 3, because we've got 15 minutes, and we also are supposed to keep your attention after lunch. So probably we need to be brave and saying things maybe not so popular or easy, just to bring you back to have a discussion with us afterwards. My name is Żaneta Żegleń. I'm representing Jagiellonian University, and I'm project coordinator of the Impulse project. I've already mentioned that 2 days ago, that Impulse project was granted in the call before even the concept of European collaborative cloud started to stabilize. And it was a call about why we digitize, how and what, and we were supposed to find a better ways to reuse of what was already digitized. And we had a lot of discussion then 4 years ago, and I also already told that and really want to highlight that again, that for 30 years we are dealing with digitization in Europe, focusing on standardization, formats, interoperability, data spaces. We are focusing on metadata, going deeper into paradata, but we are still looking at all those processes from our cultural heritage representatives' point of view. We are focusing on what is the most important for us. We are caring about authenticity, we are caring about knowledge and knowledge transfer also, but we are not so focused on end users. And you know, the most crucial part for me is that we are not thinking about not so easy cases of use of our cultural heritage objects. I was more than delighted hearing the lecture by Dominic, because this is essential. This is what is really essential. Both, whenever we are thinking about educational purposes of the digitization and what we prepare as the end scenarios for how we would like to use already digitized object, and in case of using already digitized object for artistic performances and artistic use, those activities really are quite different than what researchers are doing with already digitized object and what cultural heritage sector is doing with that. It's not about authenticity, originality, and you know, it's sometimes more about the freedom. It's sometimes more about emotions. It's sometimes more about bringing attention, bringing people's attention, and we cannot bring this attention only having 3D models with perfect metadata. We need to add something that touch people, yeah, to be honest. And in the Impulse project, we are trying to examine if virtual worlds as a new medium are a place for cultural heritage at all. And I think that after the break, maybe I will have more opportunity to share with you our preliminary results. What I really would like to highlight at the very beginning is that we don't have a European public metaverse. We are having a lot of commercial companies. We've got Fortnite, Roblox, we've got Minecraft, we've got Spatial and other platforms that are all United States owned. And we can't find a recipe so far. We are still struggling with that as a very new concept because cultural heritage is there in virtual worlds already, but in a very, surprising ways provided by users of these worlds. And what I would also like to highlight at the very beginning is that virtual worlds are not about gamification anymore. Industry is there, companies are there. You can write a new Porsche model in virtual worlds, and we really need to find a way to be there as a cultural heritage institutions, which won't be easy. And I think that this panel will be the most difficult one, I think, because for us as cultural heritage practitioners, it's quite easy to deal with all the authenticity, data spaces, and so on. This is a common ground for us, and we are feeling quite comfortable discussing that. But when we look at all the results of our work, just using human eyes, us as humans, how we would like to experience the results of the digitization, and how we as people would like to creatively act with that, that's the really different story. And that's all for me at the beginning.
Thank you very much. Maybe I continue here. According, let's say, to this line, essentially. My name is George Ioannidis. I represent, I'm a partner, I'm not coordinating these projects, but I'm a partner at XR Culture. It's a digital Euro project dealing with, let's say, XR experiences, 3D big data space, a project that deals with developing repositories for 3D data. And Unique, which is a project that basically deals with designing essentially 3D and VR experiences. So this is the area we are working on. And I think authenticity is a very important point. But there is a kind of a, you would say, breakdown if you have this device on your whatever head, and you are kind of, let's say, transferred in a different world. And the connection with what you basically are seeing there is in a way artificial, and it doesn't work. So in order, I think, to keep this, to be as authentic as possible, we need to develop stories that are bringing back this, you would say, empathy and going deeper into the object we are seeing. I think this is one. So I like to, in a way, compare this experience of having this VR headset with, in a way, sitting before a glass object that you see in a museum. You cannot do anything. You just kind of, say, look around. This is one important thing that needs to be kind of, let's say, broken down. The other thing is interaction. One of the problems, basically, we always face in this world, in this kind of, let's say, VR or XR experiences, is people are not used to kind of, let's say, how to deal with the controllers, how to touch objects and things like that. So we need other ways to interact, let's say, with the objects, with the cultural heritage artifacts. And I think this is something that also important is to keep in mind, because you will not reach any higher level of understanding if you are forced to use a controller and, with 6 buttons on the top, nobody knows what they're doing. I'm using these devices a lot, but still I don't know what every button is doing every time, because I'm not a game native person. I mean, that's the thing. Yeah? People who are basically game native, they know. And the last point I would like to mention is basically the ability, you would say, to it's also a matter of interaction, but I would say the ability to do things that you cannot do in real life, because representing the same thing I see in front of me in the virtual world doesn't have any additional benefit if the entity is only a copy, a low-resolution copy of what I see. So I would say, and this idea is, I need to be able to touch the object and, in a way, kind of, let's say, interact with it, maybe even destroy it, as I said earlier, and, in a way, kind of, say, recompose it together, see it from many places, and talk with it. I think this is the things that, in my opinion, are the most important, if you want, recommendations for these experiences, for developing these experiences.
Hello. Thank you. Xenofon Zaboulis, Foundation for Research and Technology, Computer Science, particularly Vision Science. I represent the Archive Echoes project, not as a partner, and I also just finished in migrating the knowledge from the craft project in traditional craft, and I'll explain how this connects to the metaverse and to the new project we are dealing. And we are seeing simulation and metaverse, like virtual worlds, not always from the side of the end user, the visitor, but also from the side of the heritage professional, such as, for example, the conservator, the excavator, archaeologist, and so on. So in these virtual environments, we are focusing a lot on the visual perception, which is natural because vision is our dominant sense, but also sometimes audio. But there are several other senses, such as, for example, the tactile sense. You want to touch an object. We saw today, earlier, the Paleolithic monuments. Usually you want to touch a stone to feel its texture and so on. So when you are presented with some art, it's not only to see it, you have to interact, see it from various viewpoints and experience it in different ways, but also from the side of the professional, you want to be able to sense the weight, to sense the texture, and be able to do things that you cannot do in real life, as Yorgo said, but not necessarily to break, but to test. Should I treat this material this way for safety? In crafts, it's similar. You want to do for safety reasons, to train, more or less like in the old days, flight simulator was a virtual world, but you cannot learn to fly a plane by this, but you can learn the basics this way. So in this sense, metaverse is enabling us beyond games to perform various acts. And I would say in terms of recommendation that vision is not always the primary sense. You need to be able to simulate weight, for example. We cannot simulate weight in virtual reality or create the appropriate illusions that enables us to do our job. So there are several possibilities towards this besides games, and vision is not the only sense. For example, when we drive the car, we have some audio augmentation. When we switch on the indicator, we hear. So there are many utilities that we can provide, particularly because we are addressing the human senses and the perception of how we see things. And as you know, the perceptual system is not fooled at all. It's not fooled easily. At least. So the recommendation is not only to be more realistic, to have more senses, but to be able to present them in a plausible way that is realistic, that is also adapted. For example, we heard today about color. It's very much influenced by external illuminations, and also sometimes people do not like to wear head caskets. So there is much more to be done in this way, and many more ways to augment your experience without necessary vision and hardware. So I will stop here to give the word again.
Thank you. But if we can have a last comment from all three of you, in the other way around, from you, Xenophon, now first. So far as the impact of AI in all this, what you mentioned before, or the power of AI to reach authenticity. What is your position and what do you recommend there? There are several factors, several parameters to take into consideration. Just a first statement.
Part of the human experience is embodiment and emotions and senses. So an AI can talk to you, but it cannot make you necessarily feel. It cannot feel. So
you saw the video clip of the chief scientist, the demonstration that he created.
Yes.
At the end, it was an artifact talking. Yep. At the end of the video clip. Yes.
think AI can mediate in a way these experiences, but we also need, I think, we need mediators. Essentially, also I compared with what is out there. If you go to a museum and you go on by your own, you kind of have a description you read, but you will get a lot more if you have a guide telling you something, and the story behind and connecting things together. So we need AI to mediate, this is one. And let's say avatars to mediate, in forms of, let's say, talking people or human avatars. And what we can use also AI to support this interaction. For example, moving away from this kind of, let's say, mouse pointing paradigm to kind of, let's say, more talking with the system or context recognition. So I like, when I make an example, I'm the cave basically in the San Deofitos cave, and if I look more deeply into a specific fresco, then I get maybe a prompt that says, do you want to know more about this fresco? I mean, this is why I look for it, I look for 5 seconds there. So essentially, more interactive ways to interact that I don't need to kind of say explicitly point with a mouse or a pointer device. And this can be supported by AI, I think.
Okay, I will start again with a phrase that AI is not about authenticity. But we can effectively use AI as a tool on many steps of the process of digitization at first, and then at many steps of trying to visualize and also to make our work interactive. A few examples maybe. First of all, when you've got 2D object, you can render that to 3D object easier using AI. You can also, for example, in our project, we had a statue from Jagiellonian University Museum collection of Casimir the Great. And our colleagues from Babelsberg create a postament, that this Casimir the Great statue was settled on in the character of the sculpture, for visual words use. So it's one of the example. Another one is to take in the texture of and trying to imagine how dresses created with the texture of wardrobes from years before can be used. So artificial intelligence can make us help us make things more attractive in some way, or allow us to not only imagine, but to see something that we would like to see with our own eyes, but we are not able to imagine that. So that's another way. And for example, you can create audio guidelines very easy. But what's the most important, and what is already said, that we need people that will guide the artificial intelligence, how to work on all those steps.
Very nice. We will explore in the part 2 the dimension of AI. But what about now the metaverse and the XR and the authenticity in the way to distinguish between fake and authentic, In the metaverse, you can do a lot, and also in the XR. So where we are, what do you recommend? What the kind of support you want to have?
First of all, we need to examine those words deeper, because we are not in the position as a sector that we know very much of that.
What do you mean examine? testing. What do you mean?
Testing, you know, it's not easy to test virtual worlds because, as I mentioned before at the very beginning, now we are in the environments, we are using environments that are created for commercial purposes, and that's the one vision of that. And another one is that we are in several places in Europe, during the projects, we are trying to build our own platforms, which won't be ever as good technically in technical terms as those which are created by professionals. But what I also would like to highlight is that last year, European Commission signed a partnership for virtual worlds, and we are discussing STECI project at the very beginning, and this cross-connection with environment and gathering funds from not only cultural heritage dedicated places, but also look after all the partnership for virtual worlds funding, that will come after that. And take this opportunity to be heard, because virtual worlds, a partnership for virtual worlds now is led by Siemens, Virtual Worlds Association, and there is no place for culture there.
But in order to be there, need some recommendations so that this area starts correctly in the at least correct direction. There is where we need some recommendations. It's a virtual world. There you can have whatever you want. It's virtual. Yes, please, Jennifer.
Well, there are ways in quantitative psychology to, see how well something is perceived, and so the recommendation, at least for seeing in a virtual world, not maybe a new form of art, but say something like those that we saw today, you have to have some amount of realism, and this is something that you can measure. You can apply, like in a virtual world, how realistic it is. You don't do it with the questionnaire. There are psychophysical methods that you can measure the performance, the detection, and this to evaluate.
Yesterday we agreed that we have the owner recommendations before we go to have digitization or data acquisition. And before we go to visualize, we have the user needs. So we don't need the questionnaires. We have the needs. This is what I need. If you don't have it, then I cannot use it. If an architect has not accurate geometrical models, Dominique cannot use anything, cannot do anything. If now a civil engineer gets volumetric 3D reconstructions for structural analysis and they are not accurate, the monument is going to collapse.
And you have to present it in a way that maintains.
But now for the tourists, for example, you bring foreigners to your country, or even before they come to your country, you present something there. You give them now, an idea of the beauty of Greece 2,000 years ago.
It's always
so. What do you offer to them?
The first thing you do when you go to another place is to ask for local food. Not necessary, because this is like on the locals, give me something traditional. It comes with the story, always. It comes with the story. You don't consume the food, you consume mainly the story. And it is this way, what is the relevant story and who decides what is relevant? Usually it's a guide sometimes, but there is a story. This is how we respond as humans. We interact, and we respond. We do not memorize lists of events or lists of information, but we experience through a connective glue that is called usually a narrative that explains what we see, and this is the way that we remember it. So if you ask me for recommendation, it's not only, of course, I come from computer science and signal fidelity is one thing, but also the intangible part, the story that you say has to balance, be captivating, have to be a showman, but also be accurate and relevant. And this is also something that needs to be integrated in the technological infrastructure, besides, of course, high degree of compatibility with perception.
Thank you. George, final word and we go for lunch. But real up to the point. Now, we need recommendations, but very strong.
Yes, well, yes. Just before going lunch, I will say something interesting. The questions are coming for later, so let's stay tuned for after lunch to come back. Don't worry, we will be here. Well, the idea, well, I would like to come back to what you said, Marinos. The idea that the metaverse, or let's say these virtual worlds, are essentially can be arbitrary. Yeah, everyone can create an object and claim that this is what it is. And it might not represent any real object. Well, this is in a way what we need to face. This is also the real world essentially. And it also depends, what I like to extend here is on the narrative. So what we need to present the kind of objects and cultural heritage in a narrative way, so that it's not only you would say the 3D, the model, what we see, but also what we can learn and in a way understand from it. So I think there is no solution to this fake versus real content. But I think the drive for authenticity is something that can unite us in this path forward, because this is essentially what also cultural heritage makes important. I think that's my points before lunch.
But I want, before you go for a lunch, to remind you in all these topics that we discussed in the last 2 days, we have an issue so far as capacity building concern, especially in the small, medium, let's say, organizations having under their control the content. Yes or no? We agreed to that, yeah? It was a common agreement. And that's the majority in Europe on a pan-European scale. Knowledge, infrastructure. And because we are in the digital transformation, we are also in the human transformation. We are still under the control of those entities, a generation of people who are not well introduced in the modern technologies, in the revolution of the time now, yeah? Have also in mind the very aggressive, revolutionary way of how the advanced technologies, yeah, those which we are discussing now, are coming. Every day it's coming new and new and new and new, and only a little bit is coming made in the EU, yeah? Mostly is coming from abroad. That's the number one. Very big challenge. Number two, budget. Number three, development in virtual worlds. I want to stop here because I see the signs outside the lunch is ready. But please think that this is a high pressure. If you move now with your virtual world so rapidly, and those people here on the ground are not catching up, you are creating more problems than solutions. So what we are going to recommend, yeah, please. Thank you. Let's go for a lunch, please. Ladies and gentlemen, we start with the last part, final one, of this session related to the metaverse, to the XR, and the AI advanced technologies for the visualization, yeah? Showing what we documented, knowledge-based, documentation. Have that in mind. So under this environment, I'm coming back to our panelists to ask not only where we are, but what do you want for the next framework program to be in place within the framework of this what by the Commission has been defined as virtual worlds. Don't tell me that we have everything, we don't need anything, we just only money and then we take care of the rest, because there are a lot of things. Have in mind authenticity, for example. Xenophon, you wanted to take first position. Listen, 3 o'clock, we are going, a couple of minutes before 3 o'clock, we are going to welcome the hackers. And at 3 o'clock, we have the award ceremony, but before that, it's going to be presented to us the achievements of the hackathon, 2 days long hackathon, yeah? So therefore, it will be nice, all of us together, to experience what these kids and professionals over this time achieved. Thanks, Xenophon, floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. So to respond to this request for recommendations, when we go to visit something and see something, as if we are laymen or laywomen, we don't know what we're seeing. So having a 3D model that is very realistic is one part of the story, but you don't know what is important, really. So it is possible, and we will do this in the future, to systematize what is the story behind, what is the narrative behind, but then again, we will face up a problem of having an entire encyclopedia if we collect everything, which is not what happens when you go in a guided museum visit and so on. So we were having a conversation with, particularly with Dominic, this lunch break, and he was saying, maybe the mosaic, which you so very well digitized, is not the most important thing, but the foundation is more important. So who will tell me, and how will it be encoded? What do I get to learn from? What was the message of the artist that was trying to pass on? And where should I look to learn something, to understand what the people thought at that time and did all this work of art? What were the conditions? What does it express? And what does it mean for me today? All of this is much difficult to code. And even if you have an AI chat box, it will just produce words, but not necessarily meaningful. So if I were from the computer science, I develop tools and do something, how will I be able to get the gist of it, to be able to create the structures that prioritize this is important knowledge, this is material knowledge, is useful for the conservator, this is knowledge that expresses a pananthropic meaning that is relevant to be passed on to the new generations. What does the message how does the message from that age translate to me today, and what can I learn, how can I make my life more beautiful by appreciating this work of art? This is very difficult to systematically encode in some kind of software. And as we were talking about with an historian, Dennis, today in the morning, how do we prioritize these abstract concepts, and how do we put them in a database, let's say, so that the artificial intelligence will correctly retrieve and be able to capture this meaning and correctly translate it to another language or translate it into a narrative or translate it into a podcast or a movie or whatever. How do we do this? I don't know because I don't come from the humanities, but I'm trying to learn through ontologies and at least how to represent what the humanities tell me. But I feel there is a gap there of the computer science being able to capture these notions, and just ontologies with events do not suffice to capture such meanings. How do I convey, let's say, impressionism or brutalism that you showed us today? How do I do this? And what is, you showed style, how do I get the characteristic style? We see an Egyptian hieroglyph. I immediately understand that it's Egyptian. What is the feature that makes me recognize this? It's not a particular thing, it's a whole style. How do I encode these things in a formal ontology so that a software can correctly treat and convey and print out this message? This is something I'm eager to know, and I think that ontological research is one component, but also there is much theory that has to be elementarized for us computer scientists to be able to implement.
Thank you, Xenophon. Next one, who would like to volunteer? George, you?
Yes, I can say something about, let's say, what I would wish for the virtual worlds to, kind of, let's say, provide here. I think Xenophon is right. In a way, this kind of understanding what is out there and making it more explicit. That's one part. And but what I also see as a problem is, in a way, this, you would say, the interaction with these worlds, because it feels unnatural, very, if you kind of, let's say, want to do more than just viewing in this world. To talk or touch or send something more. I think that's something that can be improved. I think using more AI-based context awareness techniques, what is the state I'm now, what can I do, what is the object telling me, what is the background of the object, we need to also codify this information and provide this more easy to use interfaces, I would say. That's also one of the things I'm missing. And if we look at this cultural heritage, this is a generic problem. It's not only about cultural heritage, but if we look specifically at cultural heritage, important is, you would say, the story. And maybe let's compare to cinema. Cinema is basically, visuals plus story plus emotions and kind of, let's say, flow of dramaturgy, kind of, let's say, predefined, and they have some rules to do that. We also need to take this approach in developing stories that are more emotionally and kind of, let's say, more engaging. So I would say this is also something that I would like to see as a part of these virtual worlds. Let's say more, you would say, cinema-like narratives.
Thank you. Thank you, George. So, Sander, a few words about yourself. I don't know if everybody knows you, and then if you can take a position, please.
Okay, so let me just maybe flagging 3 to 4 topics, which I would see a bit as interesting, important here. So, of course, from an AI view, of course, it's always the point of data storage, computing power, but also the question of multimodality, so how to deal with different types of information, how to combining these things, but also how to valorizing these things. So, George, you just mentioned, for instance, the question of storytelling, but also of, I would say, hybrid representation generations. So that's one part of the answer. A second part, which I find really important, is that we have, during the past decades, also collectively generated cultural heritage, a specific form of cultural heritage, meaning digital heritage. One thing is, at the one hand, that it is visible that several also national archives, national libraries are doing this turn from the physical object, the physical preservation also of the physical object, to having a specifically digital access to these objects. So taking the example of the Finnish National Archive, which only scans the objects but do not provide physical access anymore for researchers but also for citizens. That brings one important risk in my view, and that is the point and the risk of the digital decay. So what happens and how to preserve, how to safeguarding these digital assets and making them usable. I think we had a nice example yesterday in the podium, data files which are no more readable at this point. How could we cope with that challenge? Open question and a big question mark. Another point is also about the very different strengths and streams. So what we, I think, or many of us have been faced maybe also on the European level, is that we have very different infrastructures, that we have also, I would say, large investments made at the current period into these infrastructures with, of course, a specific demand that the initial investment is not enough and is not, I would say, sustaining these infrastructures over time. So a big question for me will be how will be a maintenance, also a further development, a further adoption be financed during the upcoming next framework programs for these, I would say, huge joint and collective efforts we all spend and made into these infrastructures. Question mark. And finally, and that is a bit also the view beyond Europe at this point, of course we are all very much aware, I think, of the economy of scale. That means with our task, we are at the moment, maybe not in all cases, but in several cases are competing with very large players with also a very good budgeting foundation of available funding. One of the key items is maybe not the, I would say, a specific competence or skills or even availability of assets at that point, but specifically this issue of awareness and visibility. So one of the key marks of an economy of scale is, of course, that the first or the second positioned platforms, infrastructures, or whatever are those ones who are for usually have a high chance to growing again. That is something where we as also a European community in most cases do not have, I would say, a very good starting point at this moment. That brings us also to the point what are the large-scale and high-visible usage scenario of what we are doing. I think we have talked a lot over the past days about what are these, I would say, key scenarios, what are things to connecting to commercial actors, for instance, what are the specific demands at this point. So that is, of course, one of the key items, who are the users and how to do our services, products, research maybe, also to serve and to support those demands and specifically identify those nicely visible or highly visible ones. And finally, of course, that brings us to the point specifically of the scaling up of businesses. So in the heritage sector, most of the companies which are active there are, I would say, rather SMEs, companies, small and medium enterprises, but of course it misses at this point the larger players and also a perspective to grow at this point. So that would be definitely something to take into consideration, at least how could these things be also supported and transited into, I would say, also business models and business formats which could sustain themselves, but secondly also have a chance for being visible enough, accessible enough, etc. So maybe that's as some thoughts on this topic. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you, Sander. Floor is yours. Thank you.
I don't know where to start, to be honest. Yeah. I think that before we dive deeper into preparing a part of the position paper that is dedicated to virtual worlds, maybe we can take some time to understand what exactly virtual worlds are and what exactly we can do with cultural heritage in virtual worlds. Because virtual worlds are not about a single VR experience. Virtual worlds are about interacting together with other avatars with certain objects. And what was the most surprising for me at the very beginning of dealing with this new medium was the discussion I had with one of the students. And I was very impressed with the work he done as a developer to prepare with Unity an app that will allow students of art academy to put their own works into virtual exhibition and allow another people to look through this, go in the immersive experience, see objects without interaction, because it was a single immersive experience. But I've asked him, oh my God, that's terrific. What if we will do the same with Mona Lisa and with Rodin sculptures, and to present them as such an experience? You know, it was quite long ago. And he just, ignored my question almost and asked me just, but why? And then continue our talk, yeah? And I was going back and back to this question, and he told me, as a very active user of virtual worlds, that whoever is playing with the virtual worlds or using virtual worlds is not there for searching something that is just like reality. So virtual worlds are not about reality. They've got their own aesthetics, their own rules, their own users. And first of all, we would like, as a cultural heritage sector, play with virtual worlds and being there, we need to understand the users of these worlds. Because, for example, yeah. Where is the student now? I'm not sure. I don't have. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. We've got another students in the Impulse project, and we are talking a lot with them and letting them experimenting and using objects. And for example, in our project before, building a story, for education purposes, we just let them play with the objects that are already in the platform and watching what they are doing there with them. And they are, building very different, very, interesting construction based on objects from our collection. We have to catch up, okay. So if I could recommend something that we still really need to, first of all, understand the medium, then try to connect with Virtual Worlds Association, which Tony already is working on establishing a group in Virtual Worlds Association that will be dedicated to culture, and I think we should be there. Being in Virtual Worlds Association is not cheap, you know, and so we need to find a way, because our universities or other cultural institutions should be there. So connecting with existing Virtual Worlds Association people, then I think that in the ECHOS project, in European Collaborative Cloud, should be a place for discussion of a part of European Collaborative Cloud to be immersive. And as an Impulse project, we strongly advocate for that, because at the very end of our project, we will bring procedures, regulations, and recommendations and toolkits for anyone that would like to play with Virtual Worlds in cultural heritage sector.
So, thank you. Xenophon, you want to make another one statement?
Yeah, a very brief one to address the topic of authenticity. So we understand that we have to represent everything in a one-to-one relation, but from a technical point of view, it would be very beneficial if we had the taxonomy of the tangible and intangible dimensions that are associated with an object or an activity, so that we can take this taxonomy and know what we have to complete and how to structure it and what relations to apply in order to be able to treat the material we have properly. And this is something that we do not have today, and some work, not necessarily very expensive, is required. Thank you.
So then what do you recommend in a very strict one way to a politician? A politician probably will not understand that, but in a very strict one way. Yes.
EuroMed, for example, had commissioned a study, for example, in the heritage crafts that I know, that exhaustively said, you know, in traditional crafts, these are the tangible dimensions, the material, the tools, these are the intangible dimensions, the traditions. This I use as a template that I follow in order to document a traditional craft instance, or let's say the activity of a conservator. This would be very important to have as a formal that is authoritative and that we can follow, so that I don't have to repeat the work of convincing somebody else that, you know, for this piece of heritage, these are the dimensions. I refer to the authoritative.
Very
Commission.
Good. Very good, very good, very good. But do you know the Dive into Intangible project of UNESCO?
Yes.
Yes. There is where, in a common template, as you mentioned now, the member states from all over the world, 190 plus, they submitted part of their intangible traditions, yeah? And UNESCO brought them together based on these unique, universal applied templates in such a way so that there is online, in real time, knowledge graph. A knowledge graph in such a way so that traditions related to fire in, or water, let's say, in Greece, are combined with whatever traditions in Turkey, and from Turkey to Syria, and from Syria to Persia, Iran, and from Iran to Afghanistan, and from Afghanistan to, you know, all over around the world. And in this way, you can see the influence or how one civilization influenced the other, and who, you know, erased or took over part of the knowledge from the others. It's a very nice one application. It's online, running, and everybody can do that. Now, that application is so smart, so intelligent, that has another one layer showing how each one of these traditions is contributing in combination with other traditions to the UN Sustainable Development Goals towards the future. So improving the future, yeah? So food, for example, or underwater, life underwater and so on. So it's an amazing, nice, good application. I think let's agree to that, because to catch up with the time. Is there an international or international cooperation among all those international organizations? And I'm starting with Sanda. Sanda, again, ICOMOS, SIBA, documentation for digital digital agenda. Is there something related to that? It's a part of the agenda. It's one of the committees to do that. Yeah. So international cooperation. Yeah. Beyond even Europe, we are a part of that. Yeah. Or UN. Yeah. So, please.
So I noted a bit this point of international synchronization at this point. So of course there is the synchronization on workflows, but also on demand, specifically of course also on training and skilling activities. But one interesting point here is to which extent these, I would say, public organizations, communities, I think several has been mentioned already at this moment, are those one who are driving at the moment, I would say, the, let's say, digital revolution at this point. So regarding virtual worlds, it's something, at least from my view, it's very much driven also by commercial actors with a specific scaling, even discarded by these commercial actors at a certain point, and more or less all public institutions, at least in Europe, but also taking into consideration these larger organizations mentioned at this point, are more or less following this trend, even with, I would say, something like a temporal delay in these things. So if a company like Meta, who has originally assigned this name on their own for building a metaverse, has recently discarded more or less most of their activities in that field, that is something which collides with that, I would say, foundation of virtual worlds associations at this point, but also several funding programs which are focusing on this topic. So one of the key issues there might be these different speeds at the point, and also it's very much about how to being, I would say, or if we are able to taking, I would say, keeping that pace by these industrial players in most cases, and also what does it mean with regards to sovereignty, etc., in order, for instance, having frameworks available, having also computing models available at this point.
Thank you.
Well, maybe a short statement. Yes, it's true, and this is a very valid point. You know, we are running in different speeds, and usually Europe is lagging behind. It's the first gear, and then the others have the fifth one. Following up a trend, because metaverse was a trend introduced by these commercial interests. And then virtual worlds became the kind of, let's say, synonym, but still it is this idea behind. And looking at this in my point of view, and also what is, in a way, strength of Europe, you would say, is more this creativity, if you want, and innovation, and more this what we used to call cultural and creative industries. So, and I think culture, this cultural heritage area in this digital domain, becomes more of a combination of culture and creativity. And we see this also coming through in these new proposals for funding that are basically going to come, or new programs are going to come. So culture alone is worth to be there, but coming in this digital area, you need to have, you need, as I said earlier, you need to work with the cinema, with film, with, let's say, paradigms and models that they have used in order to convey a story. You cannot really rely on the usual form of presenting stuff in a museum. So you have to reinvent yourself and culture to be more creative and work towards being more let's say, creative sector. It cannot be, but I mean, there will be always this kind of, let's say, culture more public good. But in this digital area, I think this will be necessary. So I would like to see, if you want, in these virtual worlds, also this idea of, in a way, breaking up this traditional path with how we did things in the past.
Can I also add something at the very, because I also would like to refer to current state of technology, because now we are on the stage where we can create virtual worlds using artificial intelligence, And I think that's very important, because we really need to find a way to catch up somehow. If now each and every one of us can use, I was looking for the name of this app, this is Word Labs, and you can just create your own word using, just a short prompt, then where all our discussions about authentication, originality, are in this landscape? I just want to, point it out that.
Yes. We'll ask also the auditorium here to get also their opinion in a very, very quick way. 1 minute statement. Please. No, we don't have time.
So creating narratives and becoming creative, the things you stated right before, is indeed very important. There's different kinds of creativity. Whatever you produce is already creative, but that's not the same thing as being artistically founded creative in the way of creating visuals that transport more information than the objective information that you could count, describe, and objectify. And this is why I think that the things I was presenting about, this kind of artistic competence, creativity, talking about hidden, intangible qualities that are transmitted by subtle statements, come besides that. It's not a contradiction at all. It's not even interfering. It's just besides. And in that way, it would complement and also respect each other's position fully, because it does not conflict in the content. So I would say that the curator role, to have this example, ensures a tradition of quality, just as all of the hard scientific disciplines have their own tradition of ensuring quality. So what you were talking about, ontologies, the ontology of a serious artistic curator works differently, but it has its own justification, and adding that would complete the picture.
Thank you. Thank you.
I have an observation. First, in Eureka 3D XR, we talked about extended reality. Here we focused on virtual worlds. Maybe it would have been useful to understand the two ways to move into a reality that is not only the physical reality. So this is a first reflection on the difference between extended reality and virtual worlds. Secondly, I think that we mentioned the authenticity as mostly as the originality of the object, of the digital representation of the object. But in looking at in the virtual worlds and in the extended reality experiences, I think that there is another level of authenticity, that is the authenticity of the experience. How much walking in an historical city center and moving with a device looking for augmented reality is authentic. Is it an authentic experience? Maybe yes, maybe not. It depends on the scope that we want to achieve, but criteria to assess authenticity of the experience, in my opinion, are necessary.
Just a second, George. Yes. We'll take just only two, yeah? You, George, you, Ronald, and then, yeah, okay, and the lady, yeah. She never talked, yes.
Okay, taking into consideration that the technologies all of us use in this domain are not created by us. So we are reusing technologies that are invented either by commercial companies or in completely other domains. I ask myself, what is really the genuine contribution that our field can do to this entire also technological development? And I believe we can do it if we approach it from the two sides of what happens. And one is the creation of the data in the beginning. So, and I would call all what we have discussed in a kind of ethical and really ownership by design, ethical ownership by design, which includes authenticity, the way of how we document, so the beginning part of the pipeline. And then I would concentrate on the other part of the pipeline, which is the user, the experience, his position in the world, and how he interacts with whatever then comes through the pipeline. And I believe that everything in between must be conceived extremely modular and open, so that all the intermediate steps are open to technological development. When they change, that the pipeline does not change. So our contribution is less on the technological field here, but more on how we conceptualize ownership by design in the beginning, including technical sovereignty, interoperable standards, so that at the end, always a new generation can reuse what have been done maybe 50 years before, acquired, in a completely new experience with new technologies, but the ownership in the beginning, what was conceived when retrieving, collecting the data, even for the machines, probably even better for the machines than for humans.
Thank you. Thank you.
So following your talk, because I'm also on the side that we should start with this kind of primary things to organize it, but we are doing this during the project. We are dealing with these areas during the project. What we are doing with international cooperation, there are standards, there are possibilities to run in some similar way and tempo, even if we are in different standards in our individual institutions. But it's a problematic thing from my perspective. I'm from the institution that is coordinating this Impulse project, that we are all adapted as project members, but who is not adapted in real discussion and understanding of XR, VR, metaverse, etc. These are curators of knowledge. So curators in museums, libraries, archives, they cannot use technologies or don't want to do this, because this is the element of our times. This is not the time for understanding why we should, why we need. No, we have this. So this is really one big group at universities and in institutions. The other thing, colleagues said here about students. We adapt students, but not in so broad a context as we need. And not only students, another groups that are needed, that need these extended realities. These are people with disabilities, with psychological problems. These are seniors, for example. Why we don't involve them? Because once they are not always aware that this is the part of our life and story. This is one thing. And on the other side, we have no space, place, and tools how to adapt them. Why? Because as institutions in Europe, public institutions, we are not allowed to spend money for different activities, because the projects are in some frames. So we need private sector. How we can work with private sector in case of our institutions? For Polish perspective, it's not so easy at all. When we see China or US, China, if private sector is promoting applications, different communities adapting these applications. After adaptation, after tests, they are selling that outside of China. In US, if we are talking about universities and digital aspect of heritage, education, etc., there is private sector who is financing each step. So this is another situation that we need to be aware. And what we need is to support the awareness of what is going on with advanced technologies and why we need them sometimes because we are too slow to move, to put really good data, paradata, metadata, each data, and to have and to show what is real, what is first, what is adapted, etc., what is accurate. Yeah, so authentic, and which authenticity is authentic? So there are different authenticities, because emotional, my experience is also authentic, yeah? So I think this is also important area to talk, and this is outside of policies and law, because law will be all the time behind, because it's all the time like this. Policies we've got, programs we've got, but we need to have the possibility to invite more people and to work with institutions that have more possibilities. I think about funds.
Thank you very much. Yes, as we said earlier, we are in the digital transition, but also human transition time period, from the old generation to the new generation.
So, not speaking for the new generation, but for generations, I just want to, I'm glad Antonella mentioned XR. I want to speak up a little bit for the technology, Julia, because virtual worlds is going to mean different things to different people, whether you want massive or whether you want localized or particular focus. That will mean different approaches to it. Are we trying to recreate the world, or are we trying to have a new world experience in that? But XR also is part of how we continue the virtual into the physical. And I think that has a lot of potential as well, including mixing modalities a bit. But one other quick shout for IIIF 3D. It will be possible after next week to effectively make virtual worlds on the fly. And they're not the same as Fortnite, but I hope we can, as a community, explore that, because that was an international project without the corporation. Well, a few corporations were involved, small ones. Anyway, all generations join virtually.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much. So, any comments from your side? We cannot now go another round, because we are running out of time. But to conclude,
virtual reality can be a book, augmented reality can be music as well. So if you carefully select it, you can...
And music is the language of... Τι έλεγε ο Πλάτωνας?
Music is the language of nature.
Yes, the language of nature. And there is where we start. And how can you define the nature in the virtual worlds? Yeah? So, now, let's put it down. We have the knowledge-based documentation. We have the story. It's authentic. We discussed that already. And this now has to be transferred to the multidisciplinary user community. Doesn't matter if it's a tourist, elementary student, or researcher, fellow, a tourist, whoever. So this transfer over the channel of the virtual world is for me what? A visit in the National Gallery of London. I see a painting or paintings in front of the nice paintings there, big sit places where, you know, you can walk through the gallery 2-3 times, you can return back to the same place. People are still sitting there, the same persons, still sitting there watching the painting. You know, and several times when I went there, I went a couple of times, I thought there is a problem here, yeah? But then after a while, I got some experience from this area. I said, no, the problem was mine. Why? Because those people try to find the frequency and to catch the frequency, yeah? It's like we try to find the frequency and the wavelength in a radio station just to find a new station, yes? To communicate, to get the message. And that's what they tried to find, to get the message out of this painting. With other words, they are trying in their real virtual biological world to communicate and get out the authentic and real interpretation or the message of the painter, of the artist behind. This was now the issue of that session here, more or less. So, infrastructure is needed for this virtual world. We need to see where this infrastructure is going to be made. Made in where? Now, with this geopolitical situation. So, in software and in hardware. And it doesn't matter now if it's XR, VR, MR, metaverse, whatever it is, yeah? So, capacity building has to be there. The needs of the multidisciplinary user community have to be defined exactly, but also on the other side, and I like a lot, definition of the feeling based on this knowledge, whatever documentations we explained earlier. Ethical standards have to be in place. Authenticity has to be from the one side of the channel when you send the message to the user, and vice versa. The day is going to come when a communication is going to be established in this virtual world. It's going to be virtual. So, and it's the same way as if you now sleep, you have a dream, and in your dream you communicate with, I don't know, your grandfather who passed away several years ago, and you know, he's coming back, sending a message out, okay? Where you wake up, and then you say, oh my God, here is a message. Something is going to happen, yeah? In this way. And I was able to talk, but how this is happening. So, for me, and personally to say, my current topic of research and so on with these memory twins, I'm moving from the computer digital to the biological, human biological way, to combine this what it is here with this what it is in the computer to find, you know, this exactly what it is needed for the virtual world, or this what we have during our dreams, okay, happening during our dreams, and we communicate with something which is not in front of us, but it was some time ago. So it's all about the memory, it's all about the authenticity, the knowledge, and so on. So, and if I will put all these 7, 8 points which I wrote down together in the recommendation, and of course all the other points that we discuss over the 1.5 day or all over the week, here I will ask all of you here, all of you, please hand up, if the day comes and you receive an email from me with a couple of pages of text, if you are willing to go through the text and, of course, to make your contribution, if not, to verify it, to confirm, and say, yes, I support, that's a part of this, what has to be done in, or what the policymakers or the politicians have to include in their agenda for the next few years, yeah? Yes, 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 but you should.
I just shortly would like to refer to this ethical issue that in the project XR for Human, there is already prepared a code of conduct for virtual worlds designing. And I think as a sector, we can refer to this code of conduct and look at those code of, from our perspective, if it's applicable and what should be, you know, the...
Indeed, indeed, and of course all this fragmentation and all these things happening at the moment around Europe somehow needs to come together if it's all about the documentation of the past. We saw earlier a nice example from the Stetchi project and the investment coming in from the different DGs at the Commission. And we need also to find out if those DGs are communicating among themselves. Very often there is a high competition, yeah? Even between the sister directorates in Brussels as well as in Luxembourg. It's a tradition, yeah? We are humans, competition is there. So, any final? No. Okay, so then, ladies and gentlemen, dear panelists, we came to an end. Thank you very, very much. We are on time. On time with the English. I will go and ask now the colleagues from the hackathon to come over to join us. Once when we are together, we prepare the nice presentation. And then we will start with the speech because the colleague was not able to be at the opening ceremony, but at least on this closing here, part of the 1 week long event. This is Chrysatos Pissaridis, the chairman of the local ICOMOS committee. To make also his remark, yeah? It was not possible, he was in a mission and he had to come, so he came here and it's better in front of everybody and not just only a group here to make your remarks, Chrysatos, yeah? And yes, over there, but please wait until I will bring everybody in, okay? From the other group. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. Excuse me. Excuse me. May I ask you something? Every day we had a registration here. It looks like that some of you didn't sign for the one or the other day. Can we please check and be sure that we have it? Yeah? Now I will call the two fellows sitting outside of the registration desk to come here so that they can collect, or you can check if the signature is in place. So, some of you, something else now, some of you use some services. Services, for example, to print out your posters or roll-ups, yeah? A copy shop. That's a postcard. You see it? There are enough postcards here. I would like to come here down and put them in a certain way so that can be distributed. And because we are talking about the use and reuse of materials from Europeana. Yeah. And I want to show you something which is extremely important. And it has to do also with the memory of Cyprus. So, just for you to remember when you go back home. This, what you see here, is an old barber shop at the entrance of the street of the building of our auspices of the UNESCO chair. It is at the same time the building where the copy shop is, and of course, the former owner of the building of my department, of the UNESCO chair, was the same person. Those persons now here are the grandfathers, are those who bought the building of my department, okay? And is, you know, part of that is the copy shop. Now, if you turn it here behind, there is a story. The story starts 1952. It's almost 70 years. Tofis Kyriakou, that's also the name of our building. In the list of the buildings of the university, the building of the Department of Electrical Engineering, Computer Engineering and Informatics is Tofis Kyriakou. Tofis Kyriakou is the gentleman here, together with his neighbors, standing at the entrance of his barber shop. Okay? Corner of Saribolu. Saribolu Street is our street, and Athinon Street in Limassol, Cyprus. So now, if you go further down, printed at the copy shop, Saribolu Street, I explain, but let's look what it is in the middle, written in the middle. In the middle it's clearly stated, original photo by Edwards. Do you know who was Edward? He was, first of all, Armenian, and he was the first photographer in Limassol. Okay? Retouched by whom? By Bambos Haralambous. Mr. Bambos Haralambous is our photographer, next generation of photographers. Voila, the gentleman standing here. And the last one part of this sentence is, can be found in Eurobiana. Can be found in Eurobiana. This is a postcard. Now, it's used and reused the content. The photo is in Eurobiana. It has been used and reused as a postcard for tourists. But now if we look to the stamps, the number one stamp here is illustrating something very important. First of all, it states there the name of our country. And our country, and I mentioned that, the minister mentioned that, the chief scientist mentioned that, the director of research and innovation mentioned that. What was that? It's divided. And in a division, we know that here in Cyprus, the first war after the Second World War, we know that from Yugoslavia, we know what is happening now at the eastern borders of Europe, in Ukraine. We had refugees, and that's the stamp which has a price of 2 cents to support the refugee fund in Cyprus, okay? And it has to do, if we see the Cypriots, then it reminds us to something. We never forget, yeah? So that's extremely important. Now, the postcard has been stamped, and the stamp has a date, and that day is today. And it's for you, let's say, a unique document to take with you home so that you remember us in a whatever way. First, the place where we are, the address is here, how the place has been established, okay? Then never forget our problem, division, the only divided country in the EU, yeah? And, of course, with the best wishes, yeah, for a productive summit. This is a present coming in a cooperation between Bambos and the coffee shop owner for all the participants here. So you take a part of our memory, circulate it in Europeana, and back to you. Thank you very much. If some of you want some here, please. I still have some here, if some of you, yeah, need, yeah. So, To catch up and to move forward, I mentioned already to the colleagues sitting here before, we have, or because of a heavy schedule agenda, our colleague Chrysanthos Pissaridis, who is the chairman of the National IGOMOS Committee, didn't manage to be at the opening ceremony, but he's here with us, and now he can give us his speech. It was a speech for the opening, but it doesn't matter. It is at least a message to send out. Chrysanthos, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Dear colleagues, distinguished guests and friends, it's a great pleasure on behalf of ICOMOS Cyprus to welcome you to the EuroMed 2026 Digital Heritage Summit in Limassol. This gathering represents far more than a scientific and technological meeting. It reflects our collective responsibility to safeguard cultural heritage through knowledge, innovation, and international cooperation. Digital heritage is now an essential pillar for documentation, protection, education, accessibility, and resilience. Today, our cultural heritage faces unprecedented threats, armed conflicts, deliberate destruction, uncontrolled development, natural disasters, and climate changes continue to endanger monuments and landscapes across the world. Cyprus, with its own lived experience of conflict and division, understands this risk deeply. At the same time, climate change is increasingly threatening heritage sites across Europe and beyond. Digital technologies offer powerful tools for documentation, monitoring, risk preparedness, and recovery of endangered heritage. I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the organizers, especially to Dr. Marinos Ioannidis, UNESCO Chair on Digital Cultural Heritage and Secretary General of ICOMOS Cyprus, whose vision and leadership have significantly advanced this field internationally many years. I respectfully encourage the European Union, I hope that they are hearing to us, to further, and our government also, and all the governments and all the politicians that are missing from here, to further strengthen the commitment to digital cultural heritage through sustained investment, research coordination, open infrastructures, and capacity building. Europe's cultural heritage is one of the greatest shared assets, essential for education, identity, resilience, and cultural diplomacy. I have taken some remarks hearing about the AI and the newly coming technology, and I want to point two, three issues. AI in the technology has to be our assistance. It should not do the things for us. First. Second, who is using AI and the technology without knowledge, for me it's dangerous. It will make more damages instead of helping our issues. And something that we have to, I don't know who can reply to this question. I don't know even me. If you achieve the perfect AI technology, it might be possible to make everything without humans. If that happens in the future, it's something that we want. I don't know who can reply to this. Thank you, Marinos.
Thank you very much, Chrysanthos. Yeah, thanks. And here we are, ready to announce the champions.
Please. Δεν ξέρω. Yes. Here, please. Oh, μεγάλε, καλό, sorry.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me? Yeah. Welcome. Welcome to the Students' Awards ceremony from the hackathon. So if you're just joining us from the other session or you're joining us online, hi, everyone. I'm Fiona Mowat from the Europeana Foundation, and I'm here with my esteemed judges. And we are about to start the awards ceremony for the students who took part of Twin It Part 2 Hackathon. So it's been a really fun couple of days, a lot of energy, hopefully still a bit of energy in the room. We're nearly at the end, guys, come on, we can do it. So before we just get on with the awards, I would like to say thank you so much to everyone here who's participated in the hackathon, to our judges, to all of the mentors who have been helping us over these days, to our hosts here at the Cyprus University of Technology, the Digital Heritage Summit. It's been such an honor to be here. It has still been an honor to be here. Thank you. Without further ado, can you still hear me? Yeah, okay, good. Sophie, would you like to give us a little rundown of how it was to judge the students today?
Hi, everyone. I was honored to be the chair lady of this jury. Together with Michael, with Panikos, and with Corinne, we've been listening to 5 mesmerizing presentations, right? So I don't know what the professional teams have installed, but guys, the bar is sky high, okay? So what we will do, first, I will summarize for you in one sentence what each presentation, each of the 5 teams was about. Then we will share some general impressions that we had as a jury, and then indeed we will award our winners with the €200 pot that we've made available with the Network Association of Europeana. So what we had in front of us were 5 groups, 5 teams, one of which comes from Yamatiki School. It was Team Pineapple that presented a bridge that you can still go and visit, and that has been important for the local community for many, many years. And it continues to be so today as one of the key touristic sites in Cyprus. What we particularly appreciated was that different types and notions of heritage were mixed here. It was not only about culture, about a building, it was also about the nature and the landscape in which the bridge is embedded. Group 2, 3, and 4 came from Ayanapa School, of which the first one presented an artifact that we've come to know quite well, the Lambusa boat, where I very much liked the notion that the team had of heritage as memory. How objects, digitized objects, real-life objects can bring back stories from the past and memories that you want to share and pay forward in the future. The third team talked about a tree that is more than 600 years old, Indeed, you can still go and sit under it for a bit of shadow, or to get inspiration like one of the famous poets here had. So we loved very much that this team laid the link with poetry. That's also a form of heritage, of course. The fourth team talked about a monastery. It was a great delivery. I can say we have some storytelling stars in this school like you couldn't imagine. We loved the very multimedial presentation that they did with images, with jigsaw puzzles. It was very, very, I would say, multidimensional. And then finally, we had a team presenting the story of the cistern, where once there used to be, it used to be a source of water, which they recreated in their physical model with great precision and great level of detail. That was absolutely stunning. Let me now, before we move to awarding the prize, go with my colleagues to see what sticks with them. What are your main impressions and takeaways?
Test. Okay, cool. One of the things that impressed me about all of the teams specifically was the level of detail that went into the clay models. Like specifically, you could even see like the bricks, they were nicely painted. You could see the little droplets from the water nicely represented in the clay. So I was very impressed by the level of detail and also the level of execution, where most teams have 3D scanned the object, just like we have at the Europeana website. And you could, twist around and see all of the little details of the model. And they also went a bit further, most teams, and took photos and even like 360 views of certain areas. So I really enjoyed all of the presentations. It was really hard to pick an actual team. So yeah, I will.
Well, we were very impressed with the technical expertise of the students at the end of the day, seeing all these pictures and all videos and the way they try to engage the audience, let's say, using games and poems and puzzles. So in this respect, they have a good overall picture of how to put a presentation together and how to sell their product using different approaches. So I would like to congratulate them and say the future is yours. So very good work.
Yeah, as well, I was very impressed by all that has been done, and it was really amazing. And I've been really very, impressed and delighted to see that all the team, they combined tangible and intangible, in fact, heritage. And it was very, very good. And also the poetry everywhere. And it was also not only about buildings or monuments, but it was a lot about atmosphere, about the sounds and about the colors, about the nature. And I think it was very full of openness for the future as well.
I should add to this that the kids presented both in Greek and in English. That is certainly something that I couldn't do. So I would say, really, guys, excellent work from all of you. You made our lives very hard, you know that. We had to do several rounds of voting before we even knew which result to bring to you. But I think this is the time to do it, yeah? The jury has decided to award €100 to Team Pineapple at Yamatiki. You can come to the front and receive your prize. what we appreciated about your project is that you talked about nature and culture, you talked about tourism, you were concerned about the climate, you showed us how things from the past are important in the present, and clearly you also made a beautiful, beautiful physical model. Congratulations. Thank you. Our second prize, also to the tune of €100, will be awarded actually to 2 teams. So you will split it into 50. The school will still have the 100 in full, but really, guys, it was almost impossible for us to choose. We loved very much Team Lambusa and Team 3. Team Lambusa, we appreciated that you made us feel like we were in an immersive experience, right? With a lot of definition in your physical model and a lot of attention to the memory games. With Team 3, what we loved is that you made the link with poetry. So you made us not only remember the past, but also create in our mind our own images of what that past could have been like. It was very evocative. An applause. Fiona, we have created also 3D models from the physical ones, right?
Yeah.
Are these going to be shown on Europeana?
Yeah, we've put them in a little gallery, so we can display them in the future. Yeah. Thank you so much, Sophie. Anything else you want to add?
Congratulations to everyone who took part, also the teachers. Thank you for doing this.
Thank you so much. So now, if all the school children can come to the front, then you can leave if you would like, because I know you maybe wanted to not to stay for the whole presentations. It's up to you if you want to stay or leave. Stay, leave. You want to stay or you have to go? We could do a quick picture. Yeah. We'll do a quick photo of everyone together. Yeah. Okay, so if you can come to the front for the pictures. And we'll start with the professionals in a minute. Sorry, guys, we're running a little bit late, but we'll get there in the end, I promise. Nikos Pavlos, you want to be in the? We have to be in the picture. Thank you so much, everyone. You can leave. You can leave now. Thanks, everyone. Now we'll get set up for the first presentation. Okay, so welcome everyone. I think we're ready for our first speaker, so our first presentation. So if you're just joining us, what we're doing now is presenting the results of the hackathon. This was just over a day, really, almost 2 days. We started yesterday, we kicked off around 11 o'clock, and the teams have been hacking until about 3 o'clock today, or before, if they were really organized. So we're just going to kick off with our first presentation. We have 9 teams, and they're going to present for 5 minutes each. So we'll just be starting in just a second. Do I have my first speaker? Oh, it's very loud now.
Okay. Hello. Let's get started. Nice to meet you all. So look at this. It's kind of funny, and then again, it's not. If you ask AI, if you go to the chat, OpenAI chat or Claude, whatever you use, or any tourist or student goes there and asks for a 3D model of the castle of Paphos, this is what they get. And it's kind of ridiculous, I think, for everybody who knows what the castle looks like. And I don't think that our friends from Austria did sneak out. They didn't sneak out and planted an Austrian flag on top of it either, right? So there is inaccuracies. There is a lot of underrepresentation, misrepresentation of our cultural heritage in AI as of now. If you could do the next slide, please. So we went from prompt to preservation and build a product to evaluate. And yeah, next slide I'm going to show you in a bit. So the problem is that AI can sound right, but it omits things that are really important, that matter. It even misrepresents information, and it's basically not a good deal for cultural heritage to be represented by AI as of now, and this is the main way people are searching for information. Next slide, please. So we built a digital heritage curation platform for the age of AI, the Puitis Heritrace, and we have analyzed the TwinIt data set, evaluated it against mainstream AI models, and we also helped to build curated data sets that can help you set the record straight. Next slide, please. So now I would ask you to go to the browser and to the demo, please. And let's see, I will ask you to click. So if you could click on the Heritrace on the top left. Yes, so basically this is the catalog of the Europeana objects, and we filtered it right now for TwinIt only and for the ones where we have already uploaded or where we have the AI evaluations done. We have it done now for all the TwinIt models, actually. It's not in this version yet. But actually, as I'm speaking, AI is taking care of that. If you could click on the Maria Lactans from Belgium. So what we show is basically a 3D model, of course, that you can also enlarge, and the Europeana metadata. And we can see here it's a metadata tier C, which means it is actually very well curated, and there are no metadata gaps as we find them. And then we evaluate also how the LLMs, the large language models of mainstream providers, ChatGPT, Claude, and Gemini, how they represent this cultural heritage. And there's lots of accuracies, right? So we identify them, and we help you build a curated data set. If you could go back one, you can click on the Heritrace again, or just go back, yes. Thank you very much. Now, select, please, Cyprus. And we'll view a report on the Cyprus Europeana TwinIt assets. So we've done an overall assessment now for these objects, and the completeness, when we ask AI about it, is 7.6. Basically, the biggest problem with it is of course, facts are not all information is factual that is given. Factuality is unsafe. The rights safety, in most cases, and I'm going to drill down into that, show you that further. In many cases, the license or the actually who curated the model is misrepresented, wrong license is given, and the data we found is not grounded in actual facts and not grounded in Europeana data. So you can scroll further down. This is so we can create those reports, and we hope that those reports will help you to convince institutions that they do need representation of cultural heritage in the AI age, and that actually with our solution it's easy to do. If you could, you can drill down here also on the assets. One more thing I want to show, if you go to Heritrace, please, and open the Castle of Paphos, with which we started. If you go down, you can see what we also identify further up a little bit is not only the factual, the problems with the LLMs, but also if you go up, the metadata gaps. So because we parse not only the Europeana APIs, but also other APIs, we can identify, for example, that there are no coordinates right now for this object in the Europeana data set, but actually on the top right, you can see we have scraped from 2 sources, GPS coordinates, and we'll add a button to update the record easily. So you can provide to institutions, they can curate the data, easily update their data set, and set the record straight, possibly also making it a marketplace for the data sets for AI training, so you can provide your data on your terms, on fair terms, to the model providers or train own models with them. So back to the slides. Next up, we're going to make it available for scaling, basically that Europeana could use it, give it to institutions, and have the data curated in a more easy, better way, and also to create the sense of we need to curate them and we need to provide data sets to the AI, because digitization is not enough if it becomes invisible in AI systems. The next, last slide, sorry to take your time. Also, we could enable on the data sets our provenance protocol. So for the future, like the long-term goal is that also we can re-identify any objects that are being reproduced or, in the age of AI, of course, remixed, not only reused, but remixed in AI models and identify the source assets. Thank you very much.
It's fantastic. Thank you so much. What a great job, great presentation.
Last slide, please.
Oh, one more slide.
Okay, the QR code is not loading, but you can try it actually at heritrace.hackathon.inix.ltd. Yes, a question, please? Yeah. No. Oh, okay.
Yeah, thank you so much. Wonderful. What a great start. So amazing job. I don't envy the judges already, to be honest. Okay, so we're waiting for our next presentation to come up. So can I have the next team, please? It says Street Stories is our next team. Welcome to the stage, Street Stories. Off you go. Just solving a small technical problem. We need a hackathon for the hackathon technical problems. What can I say? Next one. No worries. Okay, so Street Stories, take it away.
Hello everyone. Today we want to introduce and walk you through our project Street Stories, created for the Hackett for EU competition. Instead of treating demolished urban spaces as lost forever, we can keep them alive digitally and allow future generations to explore them. Our inspiration is based, next one please. Our inspiration is based on a 3D model of the DIY skate park St. Marx in Vienna, submitted for the Twinit campaign by Austria. This skate park was demolished on April 2026 in order to build a new Vienna holding arena. However, this 3D model of the DIY skate park beautifully documented its graffiti and urban art. Our approach valorizes the emotional aspect, the trauma of losing cultural spaces. As for many communities, these places are connected to belonging and identity. So, the project questions, what if digital environments could continue the social life of a place even after the physical space is gone?
We expect to address the topic of keeping memories and keeping interaction with physical places that have already changed, focusing on the concept of co-creation, then having a 3D model as a public digital space. We expect crowdsourcing contributions beyond the traditional approach of having surveys and very specific frameworks through the use of augmented reality applications, both on-site and online. We want to display the metadata associated to the memories that the place holds, and to use AI agents, for example, avatars, to support multilingual interactions and to make content accessible. We are planning to develop 3 axes. The first of those is to appreciate graffiti as a gallery, to display as a gallery of graffiti, and enabling people to create the metadata, or to create the metadata belonging to this graffiti. So we can have a better common ground on what is or what was already there. And we can do it through the Europeana data model. Please, next one. Our second step is not to stop the living memory of this place after it was changed, but to keep the creation of new assets in the digital realm. So inviting people to contribute with new memories, not only audios and photos, but even digital graffiti. Nowadays, there are many platforms enabling people to create digital graffiti as common grounds, and I think we can put this on this physical space of the 3D model. And finally, we want to invite people to have relevant interactions that enable the continuity of the place as somewhere we can discuss, we can exchange ideas and learn from each other. And in this case, we are planning to use this service named Frage to ingest information from different platforms, including Europeana, of course, to interact and to learn and to ask, and also to contribute with the knowledge that authors and future authors may provide.
I would like to build now the bridge to Europeana. So as you can see here on the graph, we derive data from Europeana. We derive also data from other online sources. And all of this is provided into the Frage tool that my colleague just mentioned previously. And from this Frage tool, this is also, this data is provided for the avatar and also the VR environment that we have in the Street Stories app. And here, moreover, we have the community that interacts, uses the app, goes, for example, in this sense, to the skate park that doesn't exist anymore. And with this, they, on the one hand side, create new metadata, but also feed the app with new contributions, and thus also creating more data for the entire ecosystem with the crowdsourced content. And then again, all of this enriches again the application overall. And yeah, maybe also important to mention here, for example, Europeana now hosts around 5,000 items tagged on graffiti and 39K on urban art assets. Next slide, please. And last but not least, I want to conclude with the impact that our project creates. So from societal to technological, but also to political impact, I want to conclude with the following 3 points. The first one is, urban art is a living memory shaped by communities, shaped by emotions, protests, identity, and experiences. And with our project, Every Wall Has a Story to Tell, we aim to preserve all of this in a holistic approach. Number 2, we're moving from a static archive to developing participatory heritage, meaning that the communities, by community-driven annotations, we transform cultural heritage into a more living and collaborative and inclusive digital space. And the third point, all of this can be scaled up into a European model, meaning that we started with this 3D skate park. However, this entire, the approach that we have aligns with the overall European and data space priorities, focusing on 3D, focusing on AI and multilingualism. And this ensures the democratic access to a more diverse cultural heritage data. And also this supports value creation and innovation. Next slide, please. Yeah, so for this, thank you for your attention. And we would like to invite you to join our wall and create your own graffiti. And on the other hand side, you can also use our Frage tool and interact and learn more about the skate park. Thank you.
Great job. Thank you so much. That's amazing. Growing up in a place where the skate park was very important, I really appreciate this project personally. So well done, you guys. Thank you. Okay, so shall we get the slides up for the next team? So from street stories, we're going to, we're going to the blank slide. Here we go. So, Pankiprion Likion Larnakas. I'll try my best Greek, sorry. You press the button. There you go.
Hello. We are students from Pankiprion Likion Larnakas. My name is Apostolos. And we are here to present our project about the historical heritage of Cyprus using the objects from the Europeana website provided. The main reason we decided to implement this idea is to learn history visually and interactively with primary sources.
Hello, my name is George Gonomou. By completing the quiz, you will realize that we have included several objects from that were found in Cyprus, such as sculptures, monastery, castle, and 2 ships from several historical periods, from ancient to modern years. Also, it is notable that we emphasized a lot on the 3D models that were given to us. The links are displayed for users on the top right corner of the quiz, so users can interact with them by clicking the link. It leads to the Europeana website, and from there you can zoom in, zoom out, rotate, and generally analyze the 3D object. The quiz breaks the physical boundaries of the classroom, and students explore a new and modern way of learning away from the outdated methods of books and handouts which are boring. Through the quiz, we develop essential skills such as visual literacy, critical and analytical thinking skills. We have the option to use reliable and well-documented sources, and I mean the Europeana website. We get in the role of historians and archaeologists. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Panayotis, and through our questionnaire that we made, we are looking into making lessons such as history more interesting and fun for the students. Also, by the links that we provide, as Yorgos mentioned, users that found more interest in these artifacts can click on them and find more detailed information about them. With the future ahead, we are looking into further developing this quiz, such as adding scoreboards, leaderboards, and multiple languages, and of course, adding more artifacts to the collection and questions so it's more broad. We are also have one goal in mind, applying this idea in several schools across Cyprus so we can change how the lessons are being, how can I say, taught in the schools, yeah. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Alexandros, and now on the last slide, we will see a video that shows how our website works. We chose 10 objects from the site of Europeana, and for each object, our quiz has 5 questions. The questions are multiple choice, and before answering the questions, you must explore the model that we include in the project. And also, if you choose the wrong answer, our quiz shows you the correct one and its explanation. You can all try this website just by scanning the QR code that was given and play the quiz.
I want to thank you for giving us the opportunity to participate, and also I want to give credit to our teacher, Vangela Galdelli, for driving us here and helping us in the project.
Thank you so much. That was amazing. Well done. Well done, all of you. It's great to see young people so engaged in cultural heritage and spending time to come here. We really appreciate it, and we hope to see more of you in the future. Let's put it that way. Next team is Aphrodite's team. So please come to the stage.
So, thank you very much. We have also prepared a 2D version of our presentation.
A special copy for the judges, yeah. Oh, yeah, okay. I'm waiting for mine. Take it away, you guys.
So, can we start our presentation? Yeah, this is a presentation of the team. We call us Aphrodite team because we pretend to be very, very beautiful and coming from. So this is the main. But apart of this aesthetic impact, let's say that the challenge that is at the basis of our work, our project, is that Cyprus is in the fourth place within the 27 member states as wasted produced. And of course, we know that apart from the local wastes, the tourists are producing the double, usually. So of course, there is a need also to start an education for sustainable tourism, and of course, the idea is to provide some contribution about this issue. And of course, the Aphrodite Travel, that is the name of our application, is in the way of supporting this dimension. Next slide, please. So, the second issue is that the tourists are quite standard in the sense that, of course, not just for Cyprus, this is quite common for all the Mediterranean destinations. They prefer to stay on the seaside or to visit the most important relevant location, and often forgot the hidden gems that, on the contrary, could have a wonderful tourist exploitation in a different. And of course, the object of our app is to explore and to create the interest about this kind of issue. Next slide, please. So, the Aphrodite Travel, for sure, we have to create a pilot, and of course, basis on this first idea, we focus on the three locations, on the three that are characteristic of the 3D objects that were in the. Some of them has been already presented before, so once more at the Paphos Castle. The Lambusa. Lambusa is also the fishing red that was used in another application, and the Neolithic archaeological site of Kyrotikia. Next slide, please. So, why Aphrodite? Not because we are beautiful, but because Aphrodite, there are still some children, so we will not tell the full story of the form. But she was, the legend says that she was born in Cyprus. And of course, being a Cypriot, she can be the perfect tourist guide in order to introduce the travels that we are going to start. Of course, we once more underline, we started with the three destinations that for which we have already some 3D objects, but the model can be very, very easily extended to any location, not only in the southern coast of the island. Next slide, please. So, Lambusa. Lambusa is an interesting story because it's a Greek ship born in Pireo, but was transferred in Cyprus some years ago, changed the name according to Lambusa, that is one of the locations, and of course is also the metaphor for introducing the travel all around the coast. So we are using this double metaphor of Aphrodite and Lambusa in order to present the story to our potential visitors. Next slide, please. So, the new travel experience, we have not the time to illustrate all the different stops, so we're just focusing on Kyrotikia. That is a very interesting Neolithic site, very, very hot in summertime. I visited in summertime, and it was really an experience, but it's worthwhile because it's astonishing how this old site, 7th to 5th millennium BCE, so it's a very, very old story. And of course, this is one of the first very interesting experiences also from the agricultural point of view. And this is also one of the other metaphors, according to the Greek mythology, Demeter, you know, the goddess that was focusing on this kind of issue. Next slide, please. So this is a model of the 3D representation of the Nicosia site, but now I give the floor to Valentina that will introduce and comment the short demo. Is a video 3 minutes long that has been prepared in order to present what has been done. Please.
Hello everyone. Next slide, please. So this is our website. As you can see, there is an introduction about the travel of Aphrodite through these sites, these places that are also the 3D models that were given to us through the Twinit campaign. So we selected these three sites, and we can see through a map to access. The idea is to access through these sites the different explanations about the sites. So we start from Petra to Romeo, that was the Aphrodite's birthplace, as you can see here. And then Aphrodite will bring us to the Paphos castle. In this case, we have different medias that we applied, that we included in the explanation of the site, in the different information. So, for example, here we included the 3D model of the Paphos castle. To show also, not only for general public, this is also for researchers in a way to analyze the 3D model. So we can think this app dedicated to different kind of users, because we have different levels of information. Then, for example, then we can come back to the map and access another site. This is the Lambusa fishing trawler. We can go directly, okay, this is an infant, let's say, website, of course, but we can be redirected. Here we did also a 3D simulation. So we can add also 3D simulations, maybe for users that are, they want to understand how something was done in the past. And then, again, coming back to our map through links that can allow us to move into the space and also time, because as you can see, there are different also times. And then we arrive at the end at the Nicosia site with the integration also of other media. For example, here we have another 3D of the site. Also, in this case, could be also for a more elevated user, because we can use some tools to analyze, to measure the models. And then we go back to our starting point. So this is essentially our web application.
Thank you so much.
Next slide. Just to come to a conclusion, but let's say more a start, because at the end of the day, if you are familiar with the digital memory, we guess that this is the kind of approach that should be followed, and we would like to contribute with the 3D data models provided by Europeana and the concept of digital memory to this improvement, and of course also to provide a significant impact on the near future and support this development. Next slide, and many, many thanks for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Aphrodite's team. That was brilliant, yeah. So, we're getting through all the presentations now. We're getting there. Hope you still have a little bit of energy left for the last few. Come on, we're nearly there, guys. So, what is the next team? Here we are. I'm going to let you introduce yourself if you don't mind. Take it away, guys.
Hello, sorry. Hello, I'm Efstathios Zacharias Zahri, and
my name is Christos Pitsilidis,
and we are here to present our app, currently on Android, but we try to expanding
on iOS.
On iOS, Cyprus Planner. Similar.
Before moving on to the next slide, I would like to ask 3 individuals to tell me what's a problem you face when you want to go on holiday. What do you consider before booking a trip? Please, the gentleman from Austria, could you tell me a problem you face before going on a trip? Well,
because we can't change the airports, we will go to the next hardest thing to do in a holiday, which is to plan the holiday itself.
Yeah, that leads me on to the next point, the finances. You would either need to do extensive research on your trip, which time is money, as we all know, or spend money on a trip advisor. Here comes our app. With the help of Cyprus Planner, you get to plan your trip with an AI-generated, customized trip.
And many of you will ask that, maybe what if we do with ChatGPT? Well, our app has a different approach. Except of using Claude, it also gets the information validated from the Europeana API before presenting them to the actual plan. So it won't just hallucinate different activities that many of them can be, we not be able to attend.
Next slide, please. Europeana API. I want to add that Europeana API has a rich metadata that contains information about sites and culture and history, a lot of information that is generally extremely valuable, and we obviously use it in order to have accurate data and trip. Yeah.
So we basically take advantage of every point of Europeana has to offer. We generate we get the description, the images, and the AR models, so the user can see the what the activity looks like before going to it. And they put it all in the activity itself.
Next slide, please.
Okay. So we thought of making the app a bit more interactive with the users, so the tourists can really feel what Cyprus heritage is. So we added a Cyprus Unlocked mode, which is like a game. You collect artifacts around Cyprus, and we decided to do it with NFC cards around Cyprus. This is programmed to be Chirokidia. So if someone with the app scans this card, they unlock Chirokidia as an artifact, and they put it in their museum, their gallery. So we gamified it a little bit to be.
Someone might ask, why NFC over, say, QR codes that are so widespread in today's day and age? For 2 reasons. It's harder to cheat that you visited an artifact because NFC requires close contact. And the second problem, which is the threat of quishing. For those that don't know, it's a scam of QR codes, so it's much more secure for the users. Next slide, please. Our main selling point is the personal gallery. From each trip you go to, you have 15 dedicated photo slots. So in our app, you don't have to wander from your gallery to our app to another separate application. You have everything in a single app. You don't need to change, so it's way more convenient to visit your memories and have nostalgia.
You have basically the album of your trip in one place. Next slide.
Next slide, please. The complete experience. Not only do we use AI efficiency in order to optimize our trip, we also have a lot of cultural depth. When you ask a mainstream AI, hey ChatGPT, hey Claude, hey Gemini, hey so on and so on, generate a trip for Cyprus for these dates, it will show you a very generic trip. However, our AI, and not our application, not just AI, because it's more than an AI, is optimized to have an in-depth plan for hidden gems. So it's way more complete as an experience. Next slide, please.
Okay, so we both take advantage of Twinit artifacts and Europeana models from the Europeana API, of course. The Twinit artifacts are used to make the artifact section in the app, which is you collect with the NFC cards. You unlock an artifact and you can share your progress with your friends. And in that way, you know that you've been there and you have the memory inside your pocket, inside your hands, inside your phone.
And you could be like, how does this increase tourism? One of the biggest drives is competition. Hey, you know, I have been to Larnaca and visited Hirogitia. Wait, no, I haven't done that. It looks such a pretty site. So when these stack up and you have a lot of places you want to visit in a country like Cyprus, which is full of hidden gems, you can say, hey, maybe it's worth a second trip to visit all these sites I haven't gone to in the first place.
And the Europeana models are used to put the AR mode into reality, augmented reality, and so they can bring the artifacts in front of you. And in addition, Europeana models are also used in the activities in the plant section.
Next slide, please. Video, please.
So the UI is extremely user-friendly. You just select your location where you're headed to, the start and end date of your holidays, and then optionally you may have some interest like history, nature, food, anything, sightseeing, and it will generate based off of your interest. You can also put how many adults or childs there will be. And another feature that I like to say is that we program it so each user can put their own start and end time of each day. Such an example of here, a little bit up, it was 9 to 10. Maybe someone wakes up at 11, so they can start the day at 12, and they won't get a program that won't really fit them. They also have a pre-planned activity option that they can fill out if they have a pre-planned activities like dining with their aunt or uncle, and at the end of the form, it asks you if you are willing. If you are willing to visit other cities, and maybe it will suggest some landmarks from other close cities.
I'm not sure whether my colleague here covered it. However, I would like to emphasize, say for example, my aunt from Cyprus invited me over to a dinner because she hasn't seen me in a lot of years. Her house is in Nicosia. I will go to her house at 7 p.m. The app will automatically tell you around the time before or maybe after visiting your aunt, where can you go that's worth visiting in Nicosia. So it's smart, obviously. And you can also set your wake up and sleep times so it revolves around your sleep schedule, because every single one of us has a different wake up routine. Maybe they want to rest more, maybe they want to explore more.
The app also suggests tips for each trip, and also gives you the opportunity to share the trip with a unique ID. You can press the share tag, and it will share with anyone that is attending, that is also attending your journey with you.
I think we've covered everything.
The My Artifact session that's what we enable with NFC. They explore it and they unlock it step by step. And there is also a bar that fills and that progresses each time you visit a different landmark.
It shows the percentage of completion of Cyprus sites, because as I mentioned before, competition is what drives you to visit Cyprus over and over again. Next slide.
And can we just quickly wrap it up now? Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thanks for your attention. We have finished.
Thank you. Sorry, I wasn't sure how many more slides you had, but that was a great presentation. Thank you so much. Amazing ideas. And I love the idea of getting up later. I'm not alone, I see. I'm among my people. That's good. Right, so let's get ready for the next group.
So, as they prepare the video, with volume, please, I've got a tough spot here because I'm just playing the support act to our game demonstration. So, I will have to pause every now and again as the drama unfolds. So, it's been an amazing couple of days. It really has. It's been absolutely fantastic because of the team. But I have to pause.
Colossi Castle is under attack. The invaders are breaching our defenses. Go swiftly, soldier, and carefully hide the 10 treasures across the island.
So, you might not have heard that because of the volume, but Colossi Castle is under attack, and a soldier has been sent to hide 10 treasures across the island. So, but the team, Robert, Giannina, Marcia, and
You are the guardians of the island treasure, and you are tasked with finding the 10 lost treasures of Cyprus. You must visit all of the castles and look for the treasures. There are clues to help you along the way. Good luck in your quest.
So, when heritage experiences are designed for young people, adults join in. But when they're designed for adults, we kind of often lose everyone. That was our starting point. We wanted to create something simple enough for young people to enjoy, rich enough for adults to learn from. That means a treasure has been found. Flexible enough to be used by any heritage site anywhere in the world. So we built Guardians of the Island Treasures, a digital treasure hunt through the castles and fortresses of Cyprus. It's playable, educational, scalable, and ready to play. The player follows a map-based journey across Cyprus while visiting historic castles.
Well done in your quest. That's 3 treasures found so far.
There we go.
Keep looking and reunite the
Please
10
turn it up.
treasures.
At each location, they complete a challenge to cover a heritage object, explore images, videos, 3D models, historical information, and collect points as they progress. The structure is deliberately simple steps. 1 site, 1 object or artifact, 1 challenge, and 1 reward. That simplicity makes it powerful. It gives the player a clear journey, but it also gives heritage organisations.
Well done, guardians of the island treasure. That's 6 treasures found so far. Keep looking, but be careful. The invaders have heard about your quest.
This is serious. So it's repeatable amongst heritage organisations because they can adapt it quickly. We chose a treasure hunt because learning becomes more powerful when it is embedded inside a challenge. Instead of asking people to read passively, the game asks them to search, notice, compare, unlock, and discover. That changes the experience. Curiosity comes first, and learning follows naturally. Families, tourists, schools, museums, visitors, online audiences, and even professionals can engage with the same basic structure. We built a game in lovable...
Guardians of the treasures. You must now carefully infiltrate the occupied Paphos fort to find the final treasure. The fort is occupied by the invaders. There are 100 soldiers and 10 cannon guarding the fort and harbor. Orbit the castle in 3D and explore to find where the ewer was hidden.
This is serious.
Move carefully. The guards are alerted to your quest and are watching out for you.
So this is
Good
kind
luck.
This is kind of sped up, so you've got to kind of appreciate that you'd take longer to do this. So this is the 3D model from Europeana. So we used open access CC BY heritage content, including material from Europeana, Sketchfab, Wikimedia, and museum collections. This is the celebratory Bouzaki. This means you've really done it now, so I'm going to have to be fast. So we also included new visual material, including
Congratulations, Guardians of the Island Treasures.
I told you.
You have found all of the island's treasures, and in doing so, preserve Cyprus's very important cultural heritage for future generations. Through this adventure, you have shown very special talent, learned about Cyprus's castles and treasures, and developed excellent investigation skills. Now go and explore more historical sites on foot and online at cyprusdigitalheritage.com. Well done, Guardian.
Because that's what we want everyone to do. We want them to be more interested. We want them... Oh, this is the music. I'm going to talk over this. You can turn it down a little bit now. So this is the AI-generated Bouzaki celebration music based from Cyprus. So the most important point from this is it's transferable. This same structure can be used for a museum, a city trail, an archaeological site, a castle, a school, a learning module, a tourism experience, or even professional training. Once the resources are gathered, another version could be created in around 4 hours or potentially less. This was our first attempt. We'd never done this before. It can support multiple languages, accessibility features, audio narration, simple text, larger buttons, different levels of difficulty, digital archives, and QR code access, which is missing from this because we thought we were going to have a split screen, by the way. That makes it low cost, high engagement, and scalable. For cultural heritage, that really matters because the challenge is not just preserving the past. It is making people care about it now. For the final challenge, we wanted something that felt special to Cyprus and Europeana. So the model that you saw, it was a 3D treasure hunt. It was the Twinit 3D model of Paphos Castle. So Cyprus was our subject, but the game is our parting gift to Cyprus. The game celebrates the island's castles and fortresses, but the method can travel far beyond Cyprus. That's what makes this more than a one-off hackathon game. It's a model for reusing digital heritage assets in a way that people actually want to engage with. Guardians of the Island Treasures turns heritage from something people look at into something they search, discover, collect, learn, and remember. We did not just build a game about Cyprus, we built a low-cost, high-engagement model that can turn any heritage site anywhere in the world into a playable learning experience. So the last statement is simple, enjoyable for everyone, because when I go to a museum, I'm the one that plays with the kids' stuff more than the kids do. That's what engages me. So I don't know if anyone can admit to that themselves, but even if you kind of do it like this. But the digital experience is transferable not only in the museum, but also outside the museum. So accessibility is king. So enjoyable for everyone, scalable to anywhere, ready to play. And the final thing is, because we couldn't show the QR code, I'm going to press gang Marinos to email the QR code to all delegates in the schools that were here so they can have a play and a test. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Great presentation. I think it's a wonderful thing being a heritage professional when you can go to the museum and legitimately play with all the children's stuff. Yeah, that's why we're here, right? It's a professional interest. If the app's available at the weekend, I could be your first user, you know, because I'm here till Sunday. So brilliant. So we have, I think, 3 more teams to present. So let's move on to the next one. Who do we have? Hello. Welcome. So, it's Team Grand Tour. Take it away.
Hello, everyone. I'm Andre.
Toivo, Dieter.
Nice to meet you. Thank you. We invent a story. So, please.
My name is Katharina van Hemessen, and I come from an aristocratic family from The Hague. As a young woman of my time, my opportunities for travel and education were limited.
Guardians of the
yet
treasures,
my aristocratic background
you
gave
must now carefully infiltrate the occupied Paphos fort to find the final treasure.
We're going to get woke. We're going to wake up tonight in our dreams with that Guardians of the... Yeah. Okay, are we ready? Okay, yes. Play.
Press.
My name is Katharina van Hemessen, and I come from an aristocratic family from The Hague. As a young woman of my time, my opportunities for travel and education were limited, yet my aristocratic background gave me a rare opportunity, namely, the privilege of participating in the Grand Tour, a journey across Europe in search of knowledge, culture, and identity. Perhaps some of you may know me through my travel diary that I left behind in Mykonos. But today, I wish to tell my story myself. Not through fragmented pages, but through experience in time and space. I traveled across the Mediterranean because I was drawn to the world of Renaissance and antiquity, to places where history felt still alive in stone and landscape. One of these places was Delos, my final destination before returning home. I embarked via the port of Mykonos. There, I walked among the ruins that spoke of gods, cities, and forgotten lives. I observed, I recorded, I reflected. As many travelers of my time did, and I was particularly intrigued by the Narseian lions. When I left the island, I boarded a ship that was meant to carry me back safely. Immediately after leaving, a storm overtook us. It sank just outside of the port of Delos. And with it, a part of my world disappeared beneath the sea, buried under sand and time, only to be rediscovered 250 years later by archaeologists. Among the remains was my gown, transformed from a symbol of identity into a fragment of loss. This is why I tell my story today, to remind us that history is shaped not only by preserving what survives, but also by trying to capture what was lost. And that women like me, travelers, observers, and writers, were not simply passing through history, but actively shaping how it was recorded, even when our voices became fragmented or forgotten. Through this reconstruction, I return. Not as an object, not as a fragment, but as a whole, a story connecting space, body, movement, and memory.
Okay. So, thank you for watching this. We invented this story in order to showcase how we can move from objects to human experience within the Europeana ecosystem. We aim to transform how content is understood and reused by reconnecting fragmented cultural heritage objects with movement, memory, and spatial context across time and space. Instead of presented isolated artifacts, we build meaningful multimodal narratives that add interpretative and storytelling value to the content. Next slide, please. Our aim is to enhance the way Europeana content is experienced and their uses. We want to shift from passive access to active engagement, where users not only view collections, but also interact with them through immersive and narrative-driven exploration. In this way, Europeana becomes not only a digital archive, but a space for embodied cultural understanding. Our target audience includes both the wider public and cultural heritage stakeholders within the Europeana ecosystem. We address users who engage the content remotely, as well as cultural heritage institutions and developers who can reuse this content as a foundation for new interpretations, tools, and digital services. In this sense, Connect becomes not only accessible, but reusable and generative. Next slide, please. What we want to show with our prototype? With our prototype, we demonstrate that need to strengthen storytelling within Europeana content. We show how fragmented cultural heritage objects can be reconnected and reconstructed into coherent multimodal narratives. We also explore the potential of the memory twins concept as a framework for linking objects, narratives, and digitization workflows, enable a more layered and holistic interpretation of these collections. This supports Europeana's mission of making cultural heritage more accessible, meaningful, and connected. Next slide, please. So finally, our approach highlights how content idols can move beyond static documentation towards reusable, interoperable digital heritage ecosystems. By enabling this combination and the reuse of 3D models and multimodal assets, we open new pathways for immersive storytelling, education, and public engagement. This creates opportunity for new applications such as games, animations, interactive learning environments, and digital exhibitions, extending the impact of Europeana content beyond traditional archives. Thank you. Next slide. And thank you for your attention. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. It's amazing to see those objects coming to life like that. So great. So we're almost there, guys. Hang on in. We've got two more teams coming up. So the next one is the pixelated past. So please do come down. Oh, okay. I can't see the names, so. I mean, you know, it's just replaying in everyone's mind, like it was replaying through the previous presentation. What can I say? Heritage Malta is next. Amazing. I can see them approaching the stage. Okay, are we ready? We just need a minute more. Okay, no worries. Yeah, it looks exciting. Looks like you've got a prop with you as well today, so.
We've been doing some crafts.
Yeah, you're not just the children, huh? That's always good. Okay, we're ready. Take it away, Tony.
Good. To comply with the rules of the hackathon, we had to choose an object out of TwinIt, and in fact, we chose a still warm object, which we uploaded just 2 weeks ago into EuroPeana, which is the Gigantia Neolithic temples in Malta. Next. Over there you have a QR code which links to the EuroPeana page, which has an article about the process and why we chose this object. It's obviously a site which is very important. It's for Malta, it's a UNESCO heritage site, and it's a site which is under a lot of pressure because of climate change. It's a limestone building which is obviously being eroded because of water, because of lots of elements by climate, but it's also a site which is heavily visited, so it's under a lot of pressure because of the large volume of people who visit it. Next. So basically, we wanted to come up with something which meets the criteria, the main criteria of the TwinIt hackathon, and we wanted to come up with something original because we wanted to come up with a prototype with a pilot case which we could take back and reuse in our museums to at least justify the cost of coming here. So we go back with a product which really works and also show that uploaded objects, 3D objects into EuroPeana have a real value which can be reused. We also wanted to come up with something which we could make work in this short period of time. It's obviously not a complete product, but it's something which we could test, which we could try out. It had educational value because although we are trying to reinvent visitor experiences in our museums, in the end we're there to create educational experience, but in a fun way. And we wanted to increase accessibility because accessibility is not only physical, but it is also online. And the whole idea of doing a lot of 3D objects and making them accessible via EuroPeana is to make them accessible also to the general public all over the world. We wanted to have something innovative, and I'll try to show you what we've done in the coming slides. And also meet two sets of different audiences. We had audiences which were physically visiting the site. Outside of this Neolithic complex, we have an interpretation center, which is meant to give some information about the site, which has a lot of information prepared by curators, and it is a bit of a one-way traffic where you go and consume what the curator has prepared for you. So that is the physical audience, but then we obviously have the online audience, which is the international audience. Many people who will never visit the site, because they would never come to Malta, but they might still be interested in learning and experiencing the site. Next. So, yeah, we've been speaking a lot over these days about the source of truth. Back. We wanted to base whatever we create on proper sourced data, because if the data we put in the system, whatever we created, as was said over the last days, garbage in, garbage out. So we wanted to start off with properly sourced data. And we went with data which is available online. It's open research, open access information. First of all, we had the TwinIt model, which was uploaded into EuroPeana. It has some metadata with it, and it is readily available. So that was the base. But we also had the API, EuroPeana that has been there for 16 years. There's lots of content, and we wanted to access whatever is in EuroPeana when it comes to content related to Gigantia, the community, the area where Gigantia is based. Then we also had the eMuseum API, which is the same API of Heritage Malta's platform, which connects to the whole collections management, which might have some data which is not necessarily in EuroPeana, but we can connect to it. People can access and find information there. Then we had the raw data for the TwinIt model, which was there. We had literature and resources which are readily available, papers by historians, archaeologists, and people who've done some kind of research about this Neolithic temple. The good thing about this research is that very often it's cited, you know it's coming from a university, from a researcher, so it gives a certain authority into the kind of content which has been prepared. And finally, we had also a book which was published by Heritage Malta itself. Heritage Malta takes care of this UNESCO heritage site. Every year it has to prepare a report to UNESCO about the state of the site. So we believe that this book has enough content which is verified and accurate. So those are the main sources of data. Next. Now, once we have all that data, we need to somehow organize it. We've been speaking a lot about memory twin, how we have all this huge amount of data now, not only the usual metadata, but we're looking at different layers of knowledge, and organizing this is quite a challenge. So to answer that, we've been experimenting with extracting all this data out of these sources and organizing it into a knowledge graph. We organized the knowledge graph on Neo4j, and we created teams, we created nodes, we created clusters of information to group all this metadata and paradata which we could extract from these sources. And I will explain why we did all this, because this was going to be used in the other parts of the application that we applied to, that we developed. Next. So we have the content, we have the model. We could generate a Gaussian splat. The quality of the Gaussian splat isn't fantastic, not because the source data is not good, but we had to cut it short, speed up the process, otherwise we would not have finished by 3 o'clock today. But Gaussian splat has an issue because it does not have any confines, so you can walk through walls, and it doesn't have any constraints. So we used the 3D model from Europeana into the Gaussian splat to create a path. So when you are exploring the site, you don't pass through walls, but you have to respect the boundaries of the physical structure. So that is where we combined the two. So we have a very photorealistic model through the Gaussian splat, but at the same time have the full functionality and accuracy of the 3D model. Next. So those are the boundaries we created, and the boundaries which are extracted out of the 3D model were used to create a path which will allow the visitor to walk through, whether it's through VR or whether it's the web, to walk through a path and be able to navigate through the different areas of this temple. Next. Yeah, then we had the API. We had the Europeana API where we connected to the API, we scraped a lot of data there, we scraped the metadata, and we built a web platform. So the web platform, which is relatively simple, but it gives access to the source data, it gives access to the API of Europeana, which is getting you all this data, and it also gives the 3D model with the Gaussian splat, which you can navigate around with your keyboard and play around and find information there. So obviously this has the potential to be explored and developed much more. But at least it meets the online audience, and this is where we can start harvesting information out of Europeana to build additional experiences. So this could be created by Heritage Malta and our main site, but it could also be used by schools, it could be used by anyone trying to explain information. The idea is that we do not simply have 61 million objects sitting there, but to make really a good use of all this information. And once this starts happening, 3D will start being used more, and 3D will start being injected more into Europeana. So, yeah, next. Apart from the website, we wanted to create a physical installation, something which we could add on to the visitor experience within the interpretation center in Gigantia. So, over here, this shows quickly, without going too technical in the whole process of what we did, we basically imported the 3D model. We linked it to the Gaussian splat, created the confines, the limitations of passage where the user goes through. Then we prepared it for VR. We linked it to the knowledge graph, because the idea behind the app is that I am going with the VR through the temple, I'm exploring it, I'm seeing the nice layout and then view, it looks photorealistic. But again, I want to test the personalized curatorship. I do not want to simply consume what the curator is telling me in a caption. So the idea is to use the knowledge graph to query a virtual curator who's walking with me, and I ask him something about the site. And we use the knowledge graph to be able to query the data, which is coming from the sources. And from the testing we had, it's quite accurate, because the data we put in has been verified and it is accurate. We even tried playing around, asking stupid questions or spicy questions or whatever, and it was still quite good. So it shows that if the data is structured properly in the knowledge graph, then the link into the querying engine, which is done via Unity, it works, and it works well. Also, we wanted to use...
Can I just ask you just quickly wrap up?
We wanted to use a couple of artifacts. Once you're going around, you pick up items. Next. Yeah, this is the query question. We'll be happy to show you on the actual system how it works. Next. And this is the curator where you are interacting with him. We didn't have time to try the text-to-speech part, but it should work. It's more about the integrity of the data. Next. Yeah, so you're going through, you're exploring, you're picking up objects, you're interacting with them, and you're also asking questions. Next. Yeah, one small thing we wanted to try, since we had the 3D printer, we've created this 3D model. The idea is that, let's go to the next slide. The idea is that we want to propose this display at Heritage Malta, where you have a number of 3D objects. You pick up the 3D object which interests you, which is coming from the 3D model which is uploaded in Europeana. You put it on the table. It's got an RFID contact, and this basically loads the experience. So instead of using simply click buttons, you have this interaction by the user. Hopefully they won't be stolen, but we'll see how to make them secure. Next. Okay, there's a very short video clip of how the whole thing looks. If you want to, let's see the video. It's just 1 minute long. So the viewer on the website, when you go on the website, is the Voyager viewer. All the data is running off Heritage Malta servers, whereas the viewer in the VR is Unity-based and it is custom developed for the headset. So the idea is that you choose a model, you put it on a surface, this triggers off the experience. This is the virtual curator who's walking with you. It gives you the full flexibility to wander around and go wherever you want. The curator is good enough, or the guide is good enough to follow you and tag along. But at any point you can stop and you can ask questions, or you pick up stuff, and at that point you start interacting with the avatar. The good thing is that you are free to ask almost any kind of question. Depending on the data available, you will get responses. The few questions that we asked based on the different teams gave quite accurate results, because there is quite an amount of data coming from an official source, which is the book. And basically you can explore and move around. The biggest advantage of the Gaussian split is that it's much lighter and looks better than the full 3D model, which if we had to integrate into the VR would have been too big to play around. Yet the 3D model is being used to help with the navigation. So I'll stop there because I'll keep on going on forever. Thank you. And thank you to the team, because I was not with them most of the time because I was in panels, but they've done a good work, I think. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That was amazing. So many things to present. Okay, so we've got the last team now. So we made it. We're on to our last team. Last but definitely not least. It is the artificial team. Okay, take it away.
Let's start first the video, please.
I was a singer of the god Ammon in ancient Egypt, one of the most important deities of the Egyptian world. I lived among temples, ceremonies, and royal courts filled with travelers, priests, merchants, and stories from distant lands across the Mediterranean. Within these halls and sacred spaces, I listened to stories about Greece, stories of goddesses, priestesses, poets, and women whose voices shaped the ancient world. I heard about Athena, the goddess of wisdom and knowledge, whose intelligence and strategic mind made her one of the most respected figures of.
Our project is a location-based augmented reality exhibition titled Her Stories of Antiquity. The problem we address is that in a digital library, objects need context in order to provide audiences a meaningful experience. They are also dispersed and may be difficult to find or connect. So we wanted to maximize the impact, utility, and value of the catalog of Europeana through contextualizing objects while telling an impactful and meaningful story of women. Throughout history, women's stories have usually been told by men or haven't been told at all. Through this exhibition, we learn about women's place in society in antiquity, and we wanted women to tell their own story and reclaim their own voice. From the Twin It campaign, we chose the sarcophagus of an anonymous lady that you just saw, who turned out to be a singer for the god Ammon-Ra. Her untold story and anonymity inspired us to show powerful women in antiquity. We chose 4 archetypes based on the objects found in Europeana and the Twin It campaign: the priestess, the leader, the goddess, and the artist.
So our targeted audience are students, young people in general, tourists, and possibly people with physical disabilities. The advantage of this way of exhibiting Europeana or Twin It objects is that, well, we are providing context by linking sites, objects, and stories, much in the framework of Memory Twin. Also, this is portable, making it an accessible and meaningful experience for people who can't travel or that have difficulties moving. And finally, well, it is an immersive experience involving sound, 3D images, and augmented reality, contributing to sustainable tourism.
So, well, how we did that in one day. So thank you for the team, Marie, Anthony, Evie, and Yasha and me, Lito. We actually built upon a framework which is in the web. And can you, yeah, okay, there's the QR code as well. But I also want to show the artificial lab and the net. So please go a little bit back in the middle of the video. A little bit forward. Okay, I think it was a little bit more on the back. Because this, exactly. So the most work was actually to minimize the objects from Europeana and bring it to the web. And this framework is actually possible to make interactive experiences quite easily, like also the game we saw before. We did that also in Vienna, back in with Böhmische Prater. And we also digitized the women. Some of them were not existing, just an image. So we did AI and implemented also in the lab and made interactive AR experiences. And then for curators and writers, this is also an impact. What we want to have, like an easy collaboration tool, is the artificial net. And you have to play now again. So we come to the second part of this kind of collaboration tool. It's too late. Just let it play. It doesn't have any sound. This is just a QR code. Yes. So it's a location tool set for people like coming from the cultural heritage who actually want to create this exhibition and use locations to tell a story, what we just heard about the women from ancient history. You want to say something, Jascha, to it?
I'm actually honored. I'm the likely last person to speak here today. There's 4 really smart and really strong women around me. There's 6 women in the audience. So I'll try to keep it short, even though I'm a programmer. We tend to wander off. And I'm really passionate about replacing myself, which we started to do here, right? So we have 3 people who created stories, who curated. No, just a second. We have 3 people who created stories, who curated the exhibition. We have 6 analog artists or women that tell us their stories. So there's 6 distinct experiences you can visit on the QR code. Then we have 1 3D artist who actually did the work of creating 3D artifacts, we call it as well.
Actually, was cleaning up.
Yeah, in this case it was mostly cleaning up, but as you saw, it also reacts from distance, it can animate. We have a video made from a still image using AI. And then we have the lab and the net. The lab is for 3D objects. You just upload a GLB file, you click a few buttons, you get events, you get on distance, on tap, stuff like that. And then we have the net, where you can actually drag and drop the markers on the map, and then you can add content to them. You can add credits, you can add the sponsors of the exhibition. You actually have the possibility, like we do, we are actually a modern art project. We do the modern cultural heritage, like in 100 years, we will be the cultural heritage, hopefully. And we have around 300 artists online now. And each of those artists had a distinct idea for their artwork. They wanted to do something we could not do yet, which meant I was sitting down, I programmed it, but I programmed it in a way that every following artist can reuse the same functionality. So we have 3D point cloud videos, we have spatial audio, we have events for distance and interaction. We have all kinds of things you can do. There's much more than I can mention now because, as I said, we programmers wander off, and I want to leave you all in the evening. And we will be here today and tomorrow. You saw the QR code. The exhibition is online now. 90% of your phones can visit it. We have a small problem with Huawei and Fairphone because of world politics. But in general, it's fully accessible. It's only the homepage. You only need a special browser on iOS, but it's not an app. And on the homepage, you press a button and you are in augmented reality. Plus, we have the fallback you just saw, which works on the laptop.
Thank you for your attention. Good evening.
Thank you so much. So, we've made it. We've been through all 9 presentations, and now we're going to have a short break. Yeah, great. We've got a presentation as well with everything. We've got all the presentations too. We'll share it with you. Yeah, ask me.
If you could all please take your seats. Do you want to be speaking? Do you want to be speaking, or do you want to be doing slides?
It's just satisfaction.
Yeah. Okay, perfect. So, our jury is currently very deep in discussion and deliberation. So, very, very shortly, we will know who the winners of the hackathon are. But before that, we have a little small thing that we would want you to do, which is... No, two things. Go to the previous slide. Perfect. If you would want to get a certificate from this hackathon that you participated, you can email us at events@europeana.eu, and then we will provide you with a certificate for participation. The second little thing that we have for you is this. We have a QR code here that you can scan, and this is a survey for the event. So we want to know a little bit more about your experience and what you liked about this hackathon, how you liked working your team and your projects. And please, if you have any suggestions for the future editions of the hackathon, things that we could do differently or change or improve, we would really love to see them. If you could do this for 5 minutes, that would be perfect, and then we can go full steam ahead with the award ceremony. Really sorry for lying to get you into the room and preventing you from all the nice wine and beer, but I promise, it's coming. It's right there outside. We just have to make you work this tiny extra bit harder for you to get to your drinks. Yeah, it's false promises. No, but if I told you I want you to come to here to get us to do the survey, no, but when I said award ceremony, it worked.
All right. I think the judges are almost finishing up. Have you all filled in the survey? Yeah, amazing. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, I am going to do a lot of thank yous because this hackathon could not have gone to plan or happened without these thank yous. So first of all, I'm looking at the man who is speaking to some other attendees. Yeah, thank you, Marinos, for having the Europeana Foundation here at the university. For allowing us to host our event here and for making us feel welcome and helping us with the organization of the event as well. And I think you have something else to say too.
Yes. Because Lorena is now not here, but we had several telemeetings, and they were insisting, could you please tell us how many members you have in your team? Who is responsible for communication? Who is responsible, for the infrastructure? Who is responsible for the registration? Who is responsible for all these kind of things? And I told them, listen, all this you will find out when you come to Cyprus. Now, let's catch up now and go to the agenda and see point by point what we have to do. So, now the momentum is here, and I can tell you how many people we had to carry out the job. Drew, can you please stand up? Yeah. I was true. That was true. Drew applied once to come to Cyprus to work, my team, a few years ago. We didn't answer to him because we thought to come from Australia to Cyprus, is it deserved? And he applied the second time. Second time we came to negotiations, okay, let's go online, let's talk, and then the third time, we told him buy the ticket and come. And then God sent to us this guy, yeah? He is working unbelievable. I wish you to have a Drew, but Drew, you don't go to them, huh? You stay here. But, okay, that was one part. The other part was outside of Cyprus. And this is the team which is sitting over there. Team, can you please stand up? Yes, it was. It was in cooperation with Malta, yeah? And yeah, Tony was there working 24 hours, 7, all of us, and that's it. There is no other here. And if I forgot someone, needs to shout. Yeah, nobody shouted. So that's it.
Thanks,
Thank you
Marinos.
very much. Yeah, it was a pleasure working with you. It was a lot of pressure. We had our up and downs, but that's how Europe is. Yeah?
Exactly.
That's how Europe is. This is a part of the beauty of Europe. So, thank you, yeah. Thank you. It was excellent. It was excellent. Thank you very, very much.
And we also had the wonderful mentors who were there for the both days, helping the participants answer questions. So if there is any mentors in the audience, will you please stand up so we can give you a round of applause? And I see that the judges are back. Ooh. The time has come.
Thanks, everyone, for being so patient. Thanks, Amelia. It's great to see everyone still here at the very end. So we're going to reward you with some drinks, and that reminds me to thank everyone. So I think we already did some thank yous, but thank you so much again to our hosts here at the Cyprus University of Technology, to Marinos. Thank you so much for everything that you've done to help this event take place, and for all of you participating. It's been amazing. Thank you to the mentors. Thank you so much to our esteemed jury, and also to the Europeana Network Association, who have helped us today with paying for some of the prizes, for example. And so I'll turn it over to you, Sophie, to tell us how things went in your deliberation.
Thanks, Fiona. Before I talk about that, can I also ask for a round of applause for the Europeana team, who has facilitated all of this? Bravo. Okay, I think I can say that we were left with a bit of a dilemma. Our discussions were very intense, I think partly because the projects that you presented to us were in some respects quite diverse and quite wide apart, which is of course also part of our prompt. We were talking about education, about tourism, about different reuse scenarios. So that's also why sometimes it was difficult to compare. Right? We were overall impressed, I think, with, again, this multimedial way in which you conveyed your ideas and your stories to us. So you really made our heart beat faster for every single one of these ideas, and I hope that many of them will come further to fruition. But of course, you want to know now where we landed with the final verdict. I first want to give an honorary mention. There was a clear top 2 for us. The pity place to end up, the second place, I really want to congratulate the presenters. We were impressed in every possible way with the Cyprus planner. Honorary mention, guys. Well done. We truly appreciated your individualized approach to what it means to have a touristic experience through digital cultural heritage. You offered something that indeed, it wasn't generic, it had a lot of cultural depth, and we see a lot of potential in this for further development. So, grazie mille and extremely well done. But now comes the announcement of the prize winner. 500 euros goes to the team that developed the Guardians of the Island treasure. You presented something, and please join us here. You presented something indeed that is scalable, that is replicable, that is low cost, that even allows for within a couple of hours to create something very attractive, but also informative, something that you want to give it a try, and in fact you want to create one of your own. That was my first reaction. Yeah. Wonderful. Congratulations, guys. Bravo. We hope to see many more tryouts of other content holders with what you presented here. Thanks a lot. You were amazing. We have hugs here. We have a truly competitive spirit, I would also say, between all of the teams. We truly appreciated that. I would say one last round of applause for every single person who took part. And this leaves me with a bit of forecasting. So you will see your project featured on the DataSpace website. We will be also social media buzzing about it. So you all keep watch of that and pay forward, I would say, this endorsement that we're happy to give. And a final thing that I forecast in our very near future is a nice glass of something really, really cold and some nice bites that we are very happy to offer as the Europeana Network Association. Thanks everyone for sticking it out. I think we all deserve to raise the class and say Stenigiamas. Thanks everyone.